Thank you, everyone. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and a very good morning to our esteemed professors, distinguished speakers, dedicated researchers, and to all our participants. Welcome to the Clinical Research Colloquium 2025, or CRC25, focusing on the theme of metabolic health and adverse event. We are truly honored to have you, ladies and gentlemen, joining us today. This colloquium is proudly organized by Research Ethics Committee REC UiTM, or also known as Jawatan Kuasa Etika Penyelidikan UiTM, Pusat Pengurusan Pendidikan RMC UiTM, Jabatan Penyelidikan dan Inovasi JP, sponsored by the Novo Nordisk Pharma Malaysia. To begin our program today, I would like to invite Encik Muhammad Hisham bin Jamari for doa recital.
Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Oh Allah, we ask for your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. Please grant us wisdom, beneficial knowledge, and goodly provision. Make us a responsible, intellectual, and your righteous servant. Make this occasion a platform for us to unite, to cooperate, and to help each other develop. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Encik Muhammad Hisham. For your information, our program today is designed to be a rich platform for knowledge exchange and discussion on the latest advancement and practical challenges in clinical research. To officially begin our program, we are privileged to invite Yang Berbahagia Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali for the official welcome address and subsequently serve as our first presenter for today. Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond will be sharing his valuable perspective on the fundamental question, what is clinical research? A bit of introduction. Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond is a professor of medicine and senior consultant neurologist, and currently serves as a chairman of the UiTM Research Ethics Committee UiTM. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Thank you, MC. So actually, yeah, don't have to call me Emeritus panjang sangat, just call me Abang Ray. Firstly, I want to know how many of you are from Faculty of Medicine here? Oh, semua belakang kan, okay. Pharmacy, health sciences, oh. Sports science, oh ada, there you go. Other faculties, yang tak sebut lagi. Okay, thank you very much for your attendance. There'll be many online, right? Okay, so I've been given the task to kick off this colloquium, but I will just say a few words first. Firstly, we do this, the Research Ethics Committee does this regularly, right? Colloquiums, workshops. It's a requirement by the NPRA, National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, and also by GCP. You know, we have to update ourselves on things that we may forget, yeah? Like ethics of research, sample size, and all these things. So it's important to have this regularly. So I would like to thank Dr. Hasno, the Secretary of REC and her committee, including the pembaca doa tadi, Cik Isham, and all the committee back there. Yeah? Thank you very much for the hard work for today's colloquium. And I hope all of you will gain your extra knowledge. And if there are any questions, yeah, please ask the speakers if you are not sure of anything. Yeah? So, can I have the first? Cukup lah, kata-kata aluan? Dah tak ada apa nak cakap dah. Okay. So what is clinical research? That's the title of my talk. Before I go to the next slide, I just want to tell you that the word clinical research doesn't mean that it's going to be clinical trials only, and you don't need to be a clinician to do clinical research. Yeah? So that's the first thing I must say. As you will see later that it is not just clinicians or must be done in a hospital or in the clinic. It can be done anywhere. Okay? Next slide. Kecil, eh? Nampak? Can you read that? I can't read it. Tak nampak. Kena dekat sikit. Kenapa kalau kecil? So we're going to firstly define what clinical research is and the types of clinical research. Okay, we're going to distinguish what is interventional and observational studies. We're going to do the ethics of clinical research, and then recognize how to randomize, how to avoid bias, basically, the sample size and the power of the study. And then eventually we look at the cycle of a clinical trial. So this is mainly for clinical trial. And I must tell you that of all the clinical research or studies, clinical trials are the most that we look at, because that poses the most danger, and NPRA will audit clinical trials only, whether it's drugs or herbal or plants, they will do that as well, as long as you claim that that plant can cure something. If you say it's a supplement, they tak buat. So it's very important. If you claim Kacik Fatimah can cure diabetes, and then it becomes a clinical trial. It depends on the study, Okay, next slide, please. So basically, it's a systematic investigation involving humans, So any study involving humans, human participants, it's a clinical research or clinical study. And we do that because we want to generate knowledge which is applicable to the society. So it's important. It's not just the ethics committee is not here to bar you from doing this. It's encouraged, actually, but we want to make sure that the patients, the participants' safety and well-being are looked after. So it includes all these things. A study to look at prevention of a particular condition, a diagnosis, investigation. If you have a new investigative tool, it becomes a clinical trial too. Bukan semua clinical trial must be treatment. I want to introduce a new investigation for stroke. It becomes a clinical trial because you're not following the norm, the standard protocol. So we have to do that. Prognosis, and also health services research. So all this are included under clinical research. So I put it on the third bullet there, not only trials, but registries. I want to register all the Parkinson's disease or all the myocardial infarct, the heart attacks, or sports injury into a registry. Clinical trial, clinical study. It is not, it has to go through ethics juga, because you're involving humans, and the design can be, I'll come to that later, so I will skip that part. Also systematic review, atau meta-analysis, is under clinical research. I want to do this, although it's secondary data, but because it's human data, it has to be subjected to scrutiny by the REC. Okay, next slide, please. So why it matters, we do clinical studies, clinical research, because we want to improve patient outcome, make sure things are safe at sports, when you do training and so on. So that's why we do these things. It guides, for the doctors, it guides guidelines for treatment and policies. So in fact, a research that can change policy is very good, very high impact journal, and also can win Nobel Prizes, if we can change a policy of healthcare. It's translational research in a way. You're trying to bring what you found in the lab with animals and cells and so on to patients. So that's also important. If we don't do that, we cannot just approve a new drug just on animal studies, kan? In fact, until today, all those drugs approved, Dr. Nokasian will know, even go through trials sampai phase 4, ada lagi adverse events. Although all the precautions are taken, that's why we have an adverse events reporting system for Ministry of Health. Even though the drug are proven, it's effective, but still happens. So clinical trials are very, very carefully monitored by REC, the sponsors, and so on. The last one enables equity and representation in care. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the big map of clinical research. So firstly, it's interventional. Secondly, it's observational. And then lastly is using secondary data, as I mentioned earlier, like systematic review and meta-analysis. The difference between the two is that with meta-analysis, you use statistics to analyze the data. Systematic review does not necessarily have to do that, but normally you do that first, and then you do meta-analysis within the systematic review. It can become a chapter for a PhD, just doing that systematic review. So interventional, the most typical one is a randomized controlled trial, which a lot of you are familiar with and do participate. It's labor intensive, and usually it's very well designed if it's industry driven or industry initiated. We seldom have problems with that, but if it's investigator initiated, usually we will scrutinize more closely. But although the PI, if they're well trained and have done that a lot, there's no problem usually. So observational is example, terima kasih, baru nampak, cohort, case control and cross-sectional studies, Terima kasih. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so randomization, the reason for that is because if you don't randomize, then one group of participants may be totally biased towards female or particular educational group. So we don't want to do that. But by randomization, it's less likely that you create imbalance. It should be balanced, age and gender and so on, between groups of participants. And the allocation of treatment or investigation is usually concealed so that it's reduced bias. Even the pharmacists may not know. If it's industry initiated, they just give you a pack, kan? Give you a pack. Dia kata this is what number for this patient. Dalam tu tak tahu placebo ke ataupun drug, we don't know, ataupun standard treatment. So it's you have to specify the primary outcome before you start the study. In fact, we REC want to see what is the primary outcome you want to measure, and estimate, which I'll come to in the next slide. There's also a difference between intention to treat analysis and per protocol analysis. I will define that in a minute. And then control arms, So it can be placebo, but if a drug is already standardized, I'll give you an example because we have rejected this before in a different university. I rejected that because depression, don't know when it's psychiatrist, depression, dia nak bagi placebo, one group, another group, a new drug. Tak boleh lah. Because the depressed patient, no treatment, can commit suicide. Lepas tu dia kata, betul juga. So we rejected the study. You have to subject that patient to standard treatment. And then this one, placebo plus standard treatment. You know what I mean? So it's add-on. That one is standard treatment plus the drug, for instance. Then it's okay. Or your new drug versus another active drug, which is approved as well, among all the standard treatments, Or, of course, I mentioned standard of care is the best to compare with, So those are the control arms. Some people get confused. Control doesn't mean it's necessarily it's placebo. You have to question yourself, ada tak treatment yang standard, firstly? If there is, you have to give that patient standard treatment, plus whatever drug you're giving, You cannot omit that. So the bottom line for ethics in clinical trials is that any omission or commission of treatment requires ethics approval. You understand? You want to omit something, we question so. You want to commission something, means you want to add something, we have to question that as well. Why are you doing that, Is it safe or not? Okay, next slide. So estimate is this, the precise theoretical target quantity to be estimated. So an example here, you're giving two drugs, two drug groups, you're comparing the average difference or the true average difference in blood pressure between the two groups. It has to be defined before the study begins to align with the research question. But this one, I think you all will know what you're going to measure, yeah? So we will have to look at that. And those presenters in the full board, if they cannot answer this question, susah lah approve kan? I don't know what I'm measuring, not sure. Okay, next slide. So these are the things we look at, yeah? For estimate the population, target population, what treatment you're giving, the variables used, yeah? Intercurrent event handling, and a summary measure, yeah? Which I'll come to in a minute. Next slide. Okay, so what's intention to treat versus per protocol analysis? Intention to treat includes all randomized participants, yeah, regardless, in the original assigned groups, to assess the effect of the treatment assigned to them. It basically reflects the real world situation, and still preserving the randomization. Whereas per protocol only includes participants who fully adhere to the treatment protocol. Kalau dia deviate je, out of the study. So it's per protocol sacrifices the benefits of the randomization lah, kan? That means dia macam ada bias dah. Those yang tak nak treatment tu ataupun tak ikut, dia macam tak interested kan? For many reasons lah. So that's per protocol analysis. So the intention to treat analysis is better for superiority trials. I want to show drug B is better than A, gunalah ITT. Whereas per protocol analysis is better for equivalent studies, that means non-superiority studies, to show that drug B and drug A are similar effectiveness. So that's PP, yeah? Per protocol analysis. Okay, next slide. Okay, so just go to this, you all probably know this. Let's briefly go through what is cohort, case control, cross-sectional, yeah? Studies. Normally, the way to understand this, the way to start normally is a cross-sectional study, the easiest to do. So number 3, the bullet. So you take all of you here, lecturers who are interested in research, okay? And then, so that's the population of, the target population. I want to know how many of you have diabetes. So this is how many researchers have diabetes. Okay, so we can calculate that's called prevalence. We remove all non-diabetics, balik rumah. So we only choose the diabetics, that becomes cohort. Now I want to see whether diabetes, you know, what follow-up for the complications. So that becomes a cohort study. So cohort looks at incidence or whatever you want to study in that population, sorry, without the disease, sorry, not with the disease. So, sorry, reverse. Yang diabetic balik rumah, get your treatment. Yang tak ada diabetes ni, how many more of you will get diabetes, and what are the factors that will influence this factor? So cohort looks at incidence, because new cases coming, whereas cross-sectional, existing cases. So that's prevalence, yeah? This one pun selalu masters and PhD students will get confused. What is prevalence and what's incidence? So incidence are new cases without disease. Then you see the percentage or per 100,000. Whereas cross-sectional, look at that point in time, berapa orang ada diabetes in Malaysia, let's say. Okay. Case control is for rare outcomes, yeah? So I take diabetics and non-diabetics and then compare what are the differences. Not so strong. Cohort is the best, of course, but not so strong. We're going to compare how many of you have hypertension, the age, and other factors. Kenapa dapat diabetes comparing to a group yang, tak ada diabetes. Is it significant or not? So looking at BMI, let's say, yang tak diabetes dengan diabetes. The difference, that's a case control study. Registries and registries or registers is real world data. Okay, we're just collecting. So this one is using secondary data, which is less risky, of course, to do, yeah? Okay, next slide. So how do we start? We start with what we call the PICOT T, or PICO, or PICOT, yeah? Looking at the population, the intervention, exposure, and then comparator group and the outcome, yeah? We have to look at this hypothesis and the estimate I've defined, choose the outcome, and you have to develop a plan for the statistics later on. And normally we will involve a statistician, yeah, in our group to make sure that we got the statistics right. I'm no expert in statistics, but the statistician will know this design, what statistics to use. If the numbers are small, what statistics to use. Okay, thank you. Next slide. Okay, kita bypass that one. Basically the same. Next slide. Okay, so ethics, yeah. Just briefly about ethics towards the end now. Apa beza IRB dengan IEC dengan REC, ya? Do you all know? Ni macam negaraku ni. Tadi hilang. Okay. So IRB, Institutional Review Board, is used by the Americans. IEC, Independent Ethics Committee, is used by the British and the rest of the world. American je nak lain. Kita guna REC, Research Ethics Committee, like Ministry of Health, Medical Research Ethics Committee. So we use REC. It's all the same actually. But the word independent very important, yeah. Nothing is above the REC in UITM. Not even the Vice Chancellor can object. I think they all must understand this, yeah. Tak boleh pergi meraja Prof Raymond tak approve, pergi nak Chancellor complain, no? Dia takkan layan. Because nothing is above, just like the law lah, kan. So when we say it's unethical, nobody can overrule that. So it's independent. That's why we have external members, yeah, in our committee. Ada businessman, ada an architect, yeah. So that's why we have these people. So who is the Vice Chancellor to question when there's review from external people as well. Ethics approval starts from data collection mesti dah ada sampai the last participant is studied completely, you know, all the data taken from that last participant. You cannot have a gap. Last participant masuk dah 1 bulan dah expired. Salah tu. Kalau we are audited, saya kena nanti dengan Dr. Khasno, the NPRA will audit us, kata how come you approve this, you didn't know this, you know. So that's why we need to be very careful about the period. When you all apply for the period, make sure it covers, lebih sikit tak apa, covers the period until the last participant is entered. Kalau tak cukup masa, apply for extension. At least a month before, we have a grace period, but better apply earlier than later. You suspect, especially PhD students kan, they don't tell you, your supervisor, you pun tak tahu. So make sure you check, ada lagi tak ethics approval when you recruit the last participant, yeah? This is not just clinical trial, anything for questionnaire based or focus study group kan. All these are included in the approval. Informed consent, we are very concerned about that. You must remember that research is voluntary, yeah? There's no coercion there. Tak boleh paksa lah, paksa rela, you know. You can reward them. Kalau masuk study, nanti saya bagi jam baru. Tak boleh lah. Ataupun bagi duit sekian-sekian. The money given is only for the travel expenses or, you know, minum and so on, but cannot reward them because it has to be voluntary and has to be, they can leave the study anytime, yeah? Tak boleh macam marah lah. Okay. GCP, actually, all of you have GCP certificate? Okay, most of you, siapa tak ada lagi GCP? Kan, I think, in fact, we are encouraging our non-scientific members, no, macam Cik Saifuddin, architect, buat GCP. No, because it's not very difficult to pass. It's just that you need to know the, tak logic lah, ethics committee member tak ada GCP kan. So we have to do that. So GCP is very important. And most trials, I think all trials should be registered with the Ministry of Health under NMRR, the National Medical Research Register. It's better to register all the clinical trials there, especially multi-center ni lah, kan? So you have to register it there. Next slide. Bias, yeah, I've mentioned that briefly. So the way to do this, kan, bias very, very common, yeah, bias. Sometimes the investigator tak nampak, tapi other committee members in the REC will see that, you know. So the best way is to randomize, and you need to tell us how you randomized it. Pakai apa kan? Every second patient ke, or you generate randomized numbers from a computer and so on, yeah. So that one is okay lah. I think they all should know this. Next slide. Sample size pun, I think you all are expert kan? But the statistician will help you, usually based on a previous study or similar study. Let's say you're looking at a prevalence, but you're also looking at association of prevalence with another factor, and you have to calculate sample size for each of those outcomes, you know. And the highest sample size is the number you have to identify. You understand that? From one objective, it's 30 patients. Second objective, 100 patients. Third objective, 40 patients. Must take 100 patients. Otherwise, you cannot complete the study. Yeah. So every objective, make sure there are enough patients to answer your research question. Yeah. Okay, I think we can skip the DSMB trials. There is a data monitoring board, yeah, which tells you whether you should stop the study or not. This is international usually. If the drug appears to be dangerous, killing more people than doing good, then they will stop the study. Yeah. Next slide. Data management. CRFs. I'm not sure there's a talk on CRFs, but case report forms. This is usually by sponsors. Yeah. So there will be a monitor that comes and look at your coordinator. You have to keep all the CRFs secure. Every individual participant will have a file. And that folder is called case report file or folder. And nowadays are the eCRF, electronic. So these things are checked by the NPRA and the sponsor. So make sure this is filled up properly. Yeah? Protocol deviation, all these are included in the data management, which I don't know if someone will go through this. Either can, okay. Next slide. Oh, safety oversight. Since the theme of this colloquium is about adverse events and so on, yeah? As I mentioned earlier, adverse events can still occur after a drug has been approved by FDA, masih berlaku, yeah? And FDA has withdrawn many medications based on post-marketing side effects. I remember this anti-seizure medication called felbamate. Yeah? Felbamate causes bone marrow suppression after, many years after. So people have died, yeah, because of this drug. So it's taken off the market now, felbamate for seizures. So masih boleh berlaku, ya. Bahaya, yeah, playing around with drugs. Okay, next slide. So we look at the whole REC. We look at from startup until the closeout of the study. You have to send a report every year and also a closeout report, yeah. So these are called regulatory submissions and contracts. Yeah. So before you start a clinical trial, you need to know all this. And usually there's a workshop. Kalau industry initiated, they will do a workshop kat Bangkok, ke Langkawi ke. You have to go there and learn about all these things. I was trained that way also, you know, not by REC, but by them. The sponsors are very good at this. Yeah. Recruitment retention strategies. Yeah. Diversity of participants. We look at that as well. If your study wants to look at a Malaysian population, must include all races, for instance. Yeah? Kalau you cannot get enough of one race, then you have to change. Diabetes in Malays only. That's what we do, because you are being, you can generalize to the whole of Malaysia. Yeah? Okay, archiving, next slide. Reporting, tak apa kot. This one, these are some of the formats used in reporting. I don't think you all have a talk on this, on reporting. But you can see these are the short forms, like consort. Which again the sponsors will teach you and how to do. But normally the sponsors will do the reporting because it's international. But if it's initiated by the investigator, then you have to know how to report. Yeah? Next slide. Please give credit to all your co-investigators. Yeah? In the publication, in anything that you do with the study, either publish or put a poster up, you have to recognize, give credit to everybody, yeah? Including the pharmacists, the nurses, if they really help, yeah? And what their roles are. Biostatistician, I've mentioned, biostatistician. Laboratory imaging and ICT support, if relevant to the study. Of course, the patients, the participants, plus public partners. Yeah? So these things are, you have to look at all this, whether they are involved or not. They are in our forms that you have to tick all these things, kalau relevant. Yeah? Next slide. Okay, I have to tell you about this thing called hacking. Vague questions or shifting outcomes. I'll show you an example later on. Inadequate feasibility assessment, poor data quality and protocol deviations. Banyak sangat, yeah? Protocol deviation. Normally, it's the study coordinator. We have to retrain him or her, the timeline and so on. Under recruitment, loss to follow up. All these are problems that you will face. Yeah? lack of transparency in reporting. Ini bahaya lah. Under recruitment is a common problem. You have to find strategies how to recruit your patients. Yeah? Okay, next slide. So hacking is rewriting the hypothesis after seeing the results. Ada je orang buat macam tu kan. Dapat nak publish, dia rewrite the hypothesis. Actually salah lah tu, tak boleh. Post hoc literature search, buat balik salah ni tadi. Hiding unsupported hypothesis. And modifying the statistical model to achieve better looking results. When you publish susah nanti, the reviewer will know, you pakai statistik apa yang salah, trying to make it significant. Okay, next slide. Okay. I think we can skip that one, so it's an example. Okay, so take home messages. My time is up actually. So clinical research is a rigorous, ethical, transparent inquiry with humans. So anything that you do with humans, sama ada online questionnaire face-to-face, looking at secondary data, please submit to the REC. If you're not sure, just submit. Sometimes we exempt. If you're not sure, then we will do that exemption kalau it was not to do with humans directly. You have to match the design to the question, protect the participants, register and report honestly. Okay, and then you collaborate widely, be honest, and include all people involved in the study, inclusive, rather than you publish orang ataupun dengan your kawan terbaik dalam team tu. So we have to do that. I think that's all. Okay, thank you very much for the question. Ada Q&A? Any questions? Is there time for that or macam mana? One question.
Any questions from the floor?
Kalau tak ada, tak apalah.
Tak ada. Okay. I would like to invite, thank you, Prof. Raymond.
Thank you.
For clarifying the core aspect of clinical research. I would like to invite Dr. Umi Marshida Abdul Hamid, Deputy Director, Research Management Center RMC, to present a token of appreciation to Yang Berbahagia Emeritus Professor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali. Thank you, Dr. Umi. Okay, our next session is vital to all researchers in our institution. Our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik. Dr. Hasno is the Coordinator of Research Ethics at Research Management Center and a medical specialist in primary care medicine. Today, she will guide us through the process of clinical research ethics application in UiTM. Please give a hearty welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for coming in today, and also to those online joining us. Alhamdulillah. It's very daunting actually to follow up the talk right after Prof. Raymond. And then the fact that governance is a bit dry, but I'll try to make it not too dry, and then hopefully that everyone can get the gist out of the presentation. So basically governance, right, is basically there to mitigate risks. So when we talk about risk mitigation in research, mainly there are two. Possibly there are many, but mainly we're looking, the ethics will protect risk on participants as well as data, guarding the study data. So if you see, this is kind of like a flow, a linear flow of risk mitigation that we try to take by the Ethics Research Committee, both at REC and ERC. So the first line there, the yellow line, you'll see that this is at the other research, which is non-clinical research. There are also risk mitigation involved. So you see that the non-clinical intervention research will start at research ethics applications, both at REC and ERC, and both committee will start looking at mitigating risks on the participants and data at that very first moment. Okay, and then you get approval. And that research then will normally submit their annual reporting if they haven't completed, and at that point of time, the ERC and REC will have a look at that end of the year report to see there are any risks onto the participants or when they finish. So some study will take some 2-3 years, so we'll be receiving 2-3 end of year reporting before the closing report is sent to us. So that is actually a risk mitigation monitoring by the ethic research. Now, for clinical research trial or clinical research, we actually have more risk mitigation strategy in place. On top of the submission of approval and end of the year and also closing of the research, we have this regular monitoring submission. So PI need to be aware that you need to submit to your ethic board either at the ERC or REC regularly if any of these important event occur. For example, if you have to amend the protocol, there's adverse event, as any protocol deviation on the participant, informed consent, change in the PI, or your brochure, investigational brochure, if you plan to add any more sites, or you plan to suspend the trial, or you need to terminate early. So this thing is like a communication. You need to communicate to us by submitting regularly your updates. So there is no timeline to like every 3 months, 4 months. You can submit even 2 weeks into the trial, and then we'll see the data, and then we'll give a decision. Okay, it sounds very like alah banyaknya kerja, but there is a reason behind it, which hopefully at the end of it we will realize lah. Okay. Sorry, where are we? Hold on, dah tengok dah semua benda. Okay. So, risk mitigation, right? So, we have stages. Without realizing it, we are actually trying to risk mitigate problems at these junctures, okay? And then now today, because we are focusing a little bit more on adverse event, so we're going to talk about that, right? So, adverse event, what is adverse event? It is any untoward medical occurrences in a patient or clinical investigation subject administered pharmaceutical product and which does not necessarily have a causal relationship with this treatment. So adverse event can therefore be any unfavorable and unintended sign, including an abnormal lab results, symptoms or disease temporarily associated with the use of medicinal investigational product. It's a mouthful, whether or not related to medicinal investigational product. So basically what it is adverse event. It's not adverse effect. So any event that the moment that the participant has enrolled in our study, right, anything that happened to the participant is an adverse event, whether or not it is associated with the intervention that we have given. So if a patient in our trial suddenly found to be to have road traffic accident, that's an event. We don't think it's related, but it's an event that needs to be reported. Okay, we will look collectively as a research ethics to decide whether this actually is related or not. Okay, but for us, you just need to compile any events. Yeah, patah kaki, but your study is about something else, right? It's like nothing to do. It's like psychotherapy, but patah kaki, but still is an event, may or may not be related, right? So it's an event. So under the adverse event, there's a serious event which is categorized based on whether that adverse event resulted in death or life-threatening. So this life-threatening is any event that resulted in hospital admissions or any hospital admission that is prolongated normally like if you need to be admitted just for 2 days for that, it ended up in hospital for 7 days. Or the event resulted in significant disability or incapacity lah. And or cause any untoward abnormality to anak dalam kandungan. Okay. So I'm just going to relate quickly. This is my story before I knew better. So I'm only a secretary for into 2 years, but before this is way before COVID, I did a quasi interventional study about exercise. About exercise je, and as among healthy, which I thought was a healthy woman, but they are obese, and working in the hospital. So I thought, what's the deal, But, I had to present at the full board. I could not understand what is the problem here. But turned out that this population are sedentary. They hardly exercise. And we're going to get them to exercise. All right? And then, although they look healthy, they're working, they go to work every day, but because they are obese, they are at higher risks of getting adverse event from our intervention. So I didn't understand then why, because during the full board, they ask you to, they pressure you what are possible complications that may occur. It's like, I don't know, it's like we haven't started yet. These are a few I know, but they ask us to squeeze our brain to figure out the consequences. And I will explain why, okay? Later. So at the time I didn't know, but then when the study started, then the adverse event occurred. And thank God, I was like, oh, thank God the REC asked me to, figure out what could happen. So when did that happen? We actually had come out with a mitigation plan, what to do when it happened and how to prevent. So this is actually a good thing. That's what is happening during the research board, or during the review. So this is this mitigation strategy, one of the tools used is actually CAPA. So it's a corrective action and preventive action. It's actually a very important quality management tool that is needed to protect our participants. So the first, let's see, okay, CAPA, right? Corrective is basically when things has happened, how do you correct that? If you can, and then you have to handle if there's an injury, you may need to send the patient to the clinic, cover the hospital bill, and so on and so forth. And prevention is basically how can you prevent, what can you do so that this will never happen again. So perhaps that you need to change a little bit of the protocol, so you need to submit protocol deviation, or any other strategies. So a good preventive strategies, right, will not see any more of that event happening during your trial. So that's the one. So along the way, they will see that they will be verified that the solution works. So along the way, you shouldn't see any adverse event, and then it's good for that. So for example, the DOMS, I don't know what you call that, delayed onset muscle soreness, right, in the exercise. So we were anticipating that, but we had quite a lot of that at the beginning of the exercise. And then what we did was that we lengthened the familiarization punya duration. Normally 2 weeks, but we had to do it longer, because these are people who have never exercised. So we want to prevent, so we did see less DOMS after that, and then we allow for longer recovery before they start on the program. So these are all the little things that the CAPA and also the ethics committee helped me to think along through the clinical trial. And then, credibility, essential quality of component. Okay, so we want to make sure that in order for that to happen, right, so the PI, the co-PI, the co-researchers will need to be credible person. So you need to be almost like a content expert to know in and out about the clinical research, so that if things like that happen, you have the knowledge and also expertise to handle it. So hence, it's very important that we have GCPs. So if any of the members, ideally the PI will need to be GCP trained, if not the supervisors or co-PI, co-researchers. So, or if you feel that you are crossing the faculty, like, the chemical engineering, doing some new innovation on diabetes, right? So you may want to get a co-researcher from Medic to help along, as a co-researcher, to help along the study to mitigate the risk actually during the study process. So you may need to have co-researchers from different departments and also faculties. So, so this is again the risk mitigations. It happens at the beginning during the approval, when you submit the approval, and for research clinical intervention, also at you submit to us. We don't ask from you. You submit to us. So we'll see. So this is the dry bit lah. So the form is REC 6. Okay. You will figure out, oh my God, what to submit. Don't worry. We have listed out 12 items to submit, but we only have 9 things that actually you need to fill out. So we had all this form ready. You just have to download and just tick. Although there are 12 options, just tick which one you want to submit this time. So for each submission, we had another table for you to detail out. So it's all already pre-planned. Just follow. If you have additional information, you just add there. Okay? So REC will have your first submission, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. You may not realize it, but it is very important because REC will be helicoptering. It's like a helicopter making sure that your participants are safe because they have the data, right? So it's like a communication tool lah. REC 6 ni is like we call feedback of ongoing study template. Report whatever is relevant, not only annually but regularly. So anything there, ada 12 ya. So basically you want to risk mitigation in our ethics process is that it happens at the initial review, and then you submit to us the REC 6. REC 6 tu actually is the risk mitigation tool sebenarnya for us, where you use CAPA to look at the events, and then the annual reporting, and then we need that everyone in the researcher to ni lah have GCP and co-manage with other faculty. So why regular monitoring? Because it protect participants, protect also researchers from negligence or whatnot in case participants sue us. And then bigger picture, this is the thing I wanted to say, that when you submit regularly, right, the data will become a big data for the REC to look at things in the bigger picture. Because the researcher is very busy at making sure that participants come, making sure you finish on time, you know, the grant dah nak habis ni, kena cepat. You just look at KPIs, right? We forget about looking at things holistically. So that let REC and ERC look at that for you, so that if there's any action needs to be done, we will let you know. Okay, we work together. So REC reporting is a continuous effort, and we normally use CAPA as the tool, and we identify, we correct, prevent, and improve. So we want to build trust. So participants will be, you know, they trust you. You know, you're looking after them, not just want to, start out data from them, but they are also being looked after. So, so the ethical oversight is actually a shared responsibility between PI as well as REC. So we need to complying mean we are collaborating. Okay. So, but before I know better lah, okay, I saw initially it was really a chore, but technically, after I've been through, I know that luckily this is really a collaborative effort. If not, I would have missed a lot of things. That's it, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kasno. Any question from the floor? Yes. Boleh. Mic ada tak? Sebentar ya. You come closer. Takut tak dengar? Okay.
Prof. Izwan boleh help me. But never mind. I think I'll try. If I'm wrong, please, Prof. Izwan, correct me. So the protocol deviation, actually, I don't think we have a specific timeline. But as soon as it occurs and you have enough information to report, I think that's what we need. Submit as soon, okay? Not like 6 months later, 3 months later, because mitigation plan will need to be executed quite early. So as soon as possible, okay? And secondly, the SUSA too is periodic. So as soon as you get from your pharma company, 3 months ke, 6 months ke, it's okay. Yeah, so there's no timeline, just as when you receive it, the SUSA. Thank you. This one is clinical trial.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik. Is there another question? No? Okay. So with all due respect, we would like to invite Dr. Jannatul Ain Jamal to present a token of appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Hasno Abdul Malik. We move on to our third session. It is a pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Ahmad Izwanuddin bin Ismail. Professor Dr. Izwanuddin is a professor of medicine and a consultant respiratory physician at the Faculty of Medicine UITM, currently serving as the Deputy Director Clinical for Medicine of Hospital Sultan Abdullah UITM. He is also the current president of the Malaysian Thoracic Society. He will be enlightening us on the operational aspect of clinical trials. Professor Dr. Ahmad Izwanuddin will discuss the importance, do's and don'ts concerning clinical trial, investigator-initiated trial agreement, insurance, and monitoring. Let us welcome Prof. Izwan.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. If I understand correctly, I'm supposed to talk on investigator-initiated study, right? Not industry-related study, okay? So what I'm going to do over the next 20 minutes or so, I'm just going to go through what needs to be done for investigator-initiated study and sharing some of the experience with our previous studies. They're all published, and I'll show you the papers and so on, and just go through some of the tips, what can be done, what needs to be done, and what we should not do with all this investigator-initiated clinical trial. So basically, this is the objective of the talk today. So I'm going to go through some of the governance of the investigator-initiated clinical trial, learn what's the requirement by MRAC and NMRR, okay? What will be the SOPs for our own UITM requirement, some of the common pitfalls, and how we can improve the quality as well as the safety and documentation of the investigator-initiated clinical trial. So I'll go through what is so-called the investigator-initiated clinical trial, what will be our roles, okay? So the investigator-initiated clinical trial, you'll either be the sole investigator, meaning that all the ideas come from you without any backing. You have to provide the fund, or most of the time we would have a sponsor. And that's what happened in my work. I do have a sponsor who gave me the grant for me to perform the clinical trial involving either side as well, not just our own side. what will be the Malaysian regulatory pathway, the SOP for your ITM, and some of the tips to go through on agreement, insurance, and monitoring, and go through some of the common pitfall and solutions. So when we talk about investigator-initiated trial, it's slightly different than industry-related clinical trials. So for industry, it's so-called the short term for it is a contract research. So basically the industry give you the support, give you the fund. All that you have to do is to provide patient suitable for that particular study. But for investigator-initiated clinical trials, it goes slightly more than that. So you have to sit down initially at the first stage is to come up with the protocols, what will be the things that you want to investigate. They may have some ideas when they give you the grants, what kind of thing that they want from you, but they don't have any influence in terms of how you design the study, what area you want to research on, and so on. Unlike the industry-related trial, which is most of the time is a clinical trial, so it's a new drugs being studied and so on. So the good and bad about industry-related is, I mean, when I present proposal, I presented 2 proposals 2 days ago on industry-related clinical trial. If there's any question, I always have all the information, basically just to know where to get all this information if you've been asked by the ethics committee members. But when you coming up with the investigator-initiated clinical trial, you have to provide all these ideas and get all your protocols ready and so on, okay? So you have to understand the difference between these 2 aspects and whether you are considered sponsor investigators or you sole investigators. Okay, so if you have a sponsor, your responsibility is mainly to come up with some result from that study, okay? The sponsor will not influence the result and so on from there. They can give ideas what aspect they want to study, but at the end of the day, you are the one who will be responsible to coming up with your own protocol, your own methodology, and the result, you have to be responsible for that. So you do have some obligation in terms of the ICH and GCP. Still, you cannot run away from that obligation because you still have the responsibility to run the study safely and to protect the safety of your own patient. So these are some of the responsibility when you're running up investigator-initiated. So you have to come up with a protocol. You have to go through all this regulatory ethics submission, okay? You have to activate the site, okay? So I've done quite a few multi-site studies, so you have to go there with your teams. I can see my monitoring teams at the back there. We use team from Centre in my previous study. So I can see Ms. Sazriza and Ms. Ida is there. So they were part of the team who went to this individual site to activate the site, explain what will be the protocol, what are the things that you need to get the other team members to do, and so on. The other thing is safety reporting is still the same. It's similar to what you're supposed to do with industry-related trial, as well as the data monitoring and archiving and so on. In Malaysia, you have all these regulatory bodies. So for research, you have to be registered with NMRR. If you're doing the study in Ministry of Health site, you have to get MRAC approval. NPRA, if you are using a new compound, a new drugs and so on. So that particular drug has to be approved by NPRA before you start using it. And of course, us in UITM, we also have the responsibility to get the approval from your ITM Ethics Committee. So NMMR is mandatory for all Ministry of Health site. All the investigator-initiated clinical trial, you need to have the ID from NMR before you can submit to the MRAC for ethics approval. So in that submission, you need to have all your protocol, your budget, okay, CV of your PIs, as well as the investigational brochure or some information on the product being investigated. So if you're running, for example, if you have a new compounds that you want to test, that compound has to be registered under MPRA as the investigational product, and you need to have the brochure in terms of the safety of the product that would include all the data from your animal studies or your preclinical studies and so on to be included in that. So for NMR, you have to upload all these forms, so your study tools, your clinical research form, what information you want to collect from your patient, your insurance certificate, the agreements and contracts. So if you have a sponsor, or if you recruit other site, so they need to know what's in the agreement. So you have to have that agreement and contracts in place. And in terms of the person in charge for that particular study. Similarly, for MRAC submission, so you have to submit the for MRAC approval for all the site in Ministry of Health. The main focus of the MRAC review will be on the risk and safety and scientific validity. So you have to have a good justification why you want to undergo that study. They will look at the consent forms, okay? So most of the time in Malaysia, we usually insist on at least a Malay version, English version, and simplified Chinese. We used to request the Tamil version, but nowadays, those who are purely speaking Tamil is probably getting less. So I mean, most of the time, they don't insist on the Tamil version translation for the consent form. But the simplified Chinese, the Malay is mandatory apart from the English version. You have to put in your CVs for investigator, so they look at the suitability of that particular PI to run that study. So I like for myself, I'm a respiratory physician. It's very doubtful if I run a cardio study and so on, or even running a neurology drugs. So it's a bit difficult to justify the suitability for that. And again, you must include your insurance certificate as well as the reporting. I mean, those are the things that you have to submit for not just for MRAC, but also for your ITM as well. I think this timeline still applies for MRAC, which is more or less the same as what is the timeline for your ITM EC as well. So usually it took them about 1 to 2 weeks for screening the initial study protocol. The review process can take between 6 to 12 weeks. They would send in the queries if they have any, and they would expect the amendment. So all in all, the process could take up to about 3 months to get the full approval from them. With NPRA, okay, National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Authority in Malaysia, so you do need to have a contract agreement if you're doing a study on investigational drugs, or if you're doing a study on unregistered products, or if you're doing a study on a new device. So these are the things that you need to have a contract, meaning they want to know where are this product coming from, who will be the main responsible, what will be the usual expected complication with all this device and so on. In terms of your ITM, I think I'm just going to go through quickly because Prof. Kasno probably already mentioned this. In Faculty of Medicine, we usually start off with the Faculty Research Committee. So if you're in branch, or if you're in the Selangor, for example, you have the Selangor Branch Ethics Committee, followed by UiTM Ethics Committee for all the UiTM site. In Faculty of Medicine, we do have Centre, which mainly looking at the operational level, and I mean, we have to thank to Arwah Dato' Khalid, because with the Centre, we can also function as monitoring bodies for research initiated by your ITM investigator. And of course, I think Dr. Hasna already gone through about your ITM SOPs in terms of the safety, consent, data, archiving, and so on. So almost similar to MREC, we focus on making sure that all these investigators are GCP certified. We need to look at their delegation log. So if they have quite a number of sub-investigators, what will be their responsibility in terms of that study? How the informed consent been taken from patient, okay? Mainly to avoid a situation where the patient is coerced to join the study, because, for example, if you're doing a clinical study, that particular patient is your own patient. They may feel obliged to join your study. So we have to have a clear SOP in terms of how we get the informed consent. So the informed consent has to be clear. You have to outline what will be the potential benefit, what will be the potential complication, and there has to be a process where the patient is allowed to ask questions, and the patient has to give a voluntary consent to join that particular study. And of course, also we also look at in terms of the data security, the PDPA issues, and safety reporting timeline. So the last question tadi, Sariza asked about PD, okay? Yes, there's no specific timeline, unlike AE. So AE, if you have SAE, severe AE, and so on, there's a specific timeline. But for protocol deviation, the statement in the GCP is for you to report as soon as you were made known of the event. And there has to be what will be the corrective measures explained to avoid that PD from happening again in the future. In terms of the contract, okay, UiTM make it mandatory that all the CTA being reviewed by our legal office. Don't ask me about the timeline. It's a bit frustrating at the moment, but it has to be reviewed by our legal office. In that, it defines what will be the role of investigator, the institution, the funder. Okay, so if you have a sponsor, they'll give you the money, but what will be what you have to pay back to them? What expected for you to comply, and so on. The data ownership usually retained by UiTM, and then there has to be a clause in terms of who would own the IP, if there is any in the future, and so on from there. Budget, I think we have quite a number of regulation and guidelines in terms of how much that we can charge the sponsor. So for Centre, usually we have the list of things that you have to pay, and even at the moment we make it mandatory for those who are getting an ethics approval. Depending on the value of your contract, we have a certain fee that you have to pay to get that approved. And of course, in terms of the data, where it's kept, how it's been transferred. So in terms of the safety and confidentiality is very important to be stressed out in that agreement. So for your ITM, again, legal review is mandatory. The focus on the liability protection, so we cannot take any excess liability. That's the main reason why it has to be reviewed by our lawyers. And also in terms of the publication rights, so who owns the right to publish, and so on from there. So one of the reasons why I do quite a number of investigator initiatives is mainly to get it published under our name. If you're doing industry-related clinical trial, okay, yes, you can have your names in the main authors list, but sometimes there has a big requirement. You probably have to recruit thousands of patients and so on before it can be, your names can go up in there. Okay, but if you are doing investigator-initiated, you can dictate who will be the primary author, who will be the corresponding, and so on from there. Okay, so some of the do's for a trial agreement: ensure the clarity in terms of the responsibility. So you have to have a list of responsibility for the investigator, for the sponsor, for the institution, and so on from there. I know I put that templates. Technically, we don't have any specific templates yet, but that's something that we want to propose to our legal office, so that we have our own templates to fast track the approval. It should include indemnity clauses covering investigator and institution. We have to ensure that the data safety, the sample transfer follows the UITM policy, and we have to specify in terms of who would be responsible in terms of doing the monitoring, the archiving of the data. So even if you complete the study, they have a timeline where you have to keep the study materials before it being destroyed. So some of the don't start the study without full execution. I know sponsor, they have their timeline for you, but if you have not complete all those regulatory approval, CTA agreement approval, and so on, don't start the study. Don't accept overburdening indemnity clauses, and don't overlook in terms of the movement of the samples and so on. I remember there was one study where we swap or check a patient for TB. Okay, they even want that particular mycobacterium sample to be sent out to overseas. So you have to get licensing, export license, and so on. Okay, they don't want the sputum; they just want the isolated. Because with that isolate of MTB, you can do genomic study and so on from there. You actually get more information from there. So even if you're doing a study where it's involved blood taking and so on, yes, in the future you can do quite a number of things on that particular bloods alone. So you have to be very careful in terms of that. Those tables is actually from my own indemnity cover. So make sure you do have that clause covering your clinical trials. Of course, no company will cover in terms of the whole overall clinical trial things. So, but you need to have some coverage in terms of, say, if you're giving healthcare support to that particular patient, it has to be covered and so on. If you're doing clinical trials, usually there's another indemnity by the company, by the sponsor, that would cover the eventuality if there's any particular side effect related to that particular compound. Okay, that one is by the sponsor. But you as an investigator, you need to have this clause, okay, that give you protection when you're giving healthcare treatment in the course of the clinical trial for that particular patient. Okay, kalau you baca lagi kat bawah tu, the cover does not extend to actual trial risk. Okay, so the actual trial risk related to that particular product usually is covered by the insurance by sponsor. In terms of the documentation, make sure the coverage is sufficient for the duration of the study. So it has to be valid for the duration of the study. There have to be some way in terms of what needs to be done if things happen, okay? And also it has to be included when you submit the forms for MRAC and UITM ethics approval. In terms of the monitoring, the main reason is mainly to ensure the quality of the data, okay? So when you want to publish something, of course, those are the things that the reviewer will look at in terms of who actually doing the monitoring. It has to be independent to the study team, okay? And also it's used to protect the patient safety and make sure that we follow the actual protocol of that particular study. So in terms of the monitoring, at the start of the study, you have to decide how many frequency, okay, how often you want to do the monitoring, how do you verify the source data. So for example, yes, we have our own Unimeds, so we have to make sure whatever that we put in the Unimeds is the same as what we put in the clinical research form. Yeah, they will go through the delegation log as well as looking at the consent form as well. In terms of the safety reporting, is the same as other industry-sponsored clinical trial. So the SAE reporting has to be within 24 to 72 hours. You have to submit the annual safety report to MREC and UIT-MEC. For all those safety issues, we as a PI, we have to assign causality, whether it's related to the particular investigation product or not, and we have to follow the local and international guideline. So I think this covered earlier by Prof. Kasno, so skip that. And in terms of the data management is also important. When you do a clinical trial, you have to show if there's any amendment and so on, it can be followed. So you need to have a proper audit trails of that particular information. Trial master file is where you kept all the study-related material. So we have to find a place to keep this. So most of the time it's required to be stored between 5 to 7 years. So I think for us in Central, we do have a small space to keep this, but most of the time we have to archive it at the outside. I mean, there's a provider outside that provide these archiving services. Informed consent, I think we can skip this. And in terms of the site readiness. So some of the usual pitfalls, so when you do monitoring and so on, these are the things that you found in those who are running the investigator-initiated. So most of the time they don't have insurance coverage, they don't have a proper monitoring studies. So as a reviewer, these are the things that you would look at. So if they don't have a proper monitoring, how do you ensure the quality of the data? So, and that's one of the so-called reason for rejection for that particular paper. There's poor documentation in terms of the trial master file. There's incomplete delegation log. You submit SAE late, and also in terms of the contract issues as well. So these are some of the findings. So when we go down and do audits, so we found there's missing consent page, there's a wrong version of ICF being used, okay? There were incomplete delegation log, and there's no evidence of monitoring. So the best practice for investigator-initiated clinical trials, make sure that you keep all your logs updated on a regular basis. You need to conduct mock monitoring visits so that you can expect or anticipate what happening in the actual monitoring visits. We need to use our UITM templates. For consent form, we do have our own templates, so you can use that as a guidance, but do adjust accordingly according to your needs. And of course, you have to maintain regular communication with the ethics approval body. I think we can skip this. So these are some of the work that I've done. So for this paper, I'm the second author, but I'm the correspondent author for this particular study. So this is a large surveillance study. We included about 1,106 patients involving 3 sites. So we were targeting HKL, UMMC, and hospital. We were in Hospital Selayang at that time. And I have to mention or say thanks to Saziza and Irda, who were involved as a monitoring team for this particular study, and we received a total budget about 200,000. And one of the significant things that we found from this is this particular graph, which has been quoted quite a number of times in other publications. We don't just look at the numbers of the influenza, but we can go down and say what strains of influenza running in Malaysia over 1 year period. So that's a big thing that we found from this particular study. This is the other studies. We were invited to be involved. This one is run by CRC in Taiping. So in terms of the monitoring and so on, it was done by CRC in Taiping. But one of the strange things of this particular study, because this study was done during the COVID pandemic, and surprise, surprise, we did not see any influenza virus at all during the COVID pandemic period. And it's also been quoted in quite a number of papers as well. So there were markedly low incidence of influenza among elderly admitted to hospital with respiratory symptoms in Malaysia in 2021 during the concomitant presence of COVID-19. Just 6 months after that, the case rises up again. And this is another one who's just been published this year. I was the corresponding author and the first author for this particular paper in pulmonary therapy. And in this particular study, we were actually looking at the effect of using proactive regular dosing of medication for asthma. So it's a non-interventional study. It's mainly to observe. We include about 120 subjects with a budget of about 50,000, and mainly to evaluate the asthma control in patients who were switched from either ICS formoterol PRN or ICS with SABA PRN to proactive regular dosing with fluticasone and salmeterol. And the good thing about that paper, it was quoted in our CPG on asthma. So it's been recognized as one of the main findings to decide on the guidelines for managing asthma in the country. So to summarize, this is the main difference between investigator-initiated and industry-initiated, okay? With the caveat, one of the good things about doing investigator-initiated, you actually can decide what paper you want to publish, okay? Who will be in the authors list and so on. If you are running an industry, it depends on them. They will decide whether you are good enough to be listed as among the authors. But you have to do both. Okay, because you have to be involved with the clinical trial first so that you can be one of the key opinion leader, and makes you easy to get all this grant, okay, the extra grant for you to run the investigator initiative study. So I got one of my team members asked why I do both and why I should not just focus on investigator initiated. But of course, the fund is not unlimited, so you have to do something else first so that it can be justified for you to receive extra grant to run your own study. Okay, I've mentioned all this, so in terms of investigator initiative, these are the things that you can expect to have, and this would be the, what are the traits of ideal investigator if you want to run the investigator-initiated clinical trial. So final summary, so for investigator-initiated clinical trial, it requires you to assume very high responsibility, but at the same time, you can expect very high impact for that work that you've done. In terms of the compliance with ethical requirement is still the same, but you have to understand the reason for that is mainly to protect your own patient and protect yourself as well. So you have to follow whatever MRAC or NMMR or your ITM EC SOPs so that if there's any audit and so on, you are audit ready. Okay, so I would like to end with this. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ahmad Izwanuddin bin Ismail, for sharing that essential guidance on managing investigator-initiated clinical trials. I would like to invite Dr. Nur Kasihan Ibrahim, REC Associate Member, to present the token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Ahmad Izwanuddin Ismail. It is now time for a break and networking session. Please enjoy the refreshment provided. Semua dah makan kan? And take this opportunity to connect with your peers and speakers. We will resume promptly at 11 a.m. for the next compelling talk. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now moving into the core theme of metabolic health with our next session featuring the distinguished Professor Dr. Rohana Abdul Ghani. Professor Dr. Rohana is a consultant endocrinologist and Professor of Medicine at Faculty of Medicine UITM with a special interest in diabetes and obesity and is currently the President of the Malaysian Society of Obesity. Her talk is on clinical trials in incretin hormones in diabetes and obesity. Please give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Rohana Abdul Ghani.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning still. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to the Secretariat for the invitation to be here. It gives me great pleasure to be seeing a lot of young faces and all very excited about research, I'm sure. We have been working with the Research Ethics Committee for a very, very long time, and we hope that over the past at least a decade that we have been working with REC to promote ethics, how ethics work for to safeguard the safety of patients, that all of you would be able to benefit with some of the things that we're doing right now. And obviously my area of interest is diabetes and obesity. I'm not sure, it's a bit awkward because I'm supposed to point some like that, but at the same time I can't. I want to go down, but then you might not see me at the back, so I'm just going to stay here then. So I'm going to try to refer to some of the text that I'm going to be explaining, right? So clinical trials and incretin hormones in diabetes and obesity. But let me just highlight to you what is the dire strait of obesity in the country, diabetes and obesity in the country at the moment. So for those of you who may not be aware of this, the National Health Mobility Survey is approximately 4 to 5 yearly audit survey conducted in Malaysia to look at the community and how we're doing, right? So I'm sure most of you would know this, but if you're not, then this is how the report comes out. So the last one that we had was 2023, and we were happy to see that obesity was actually put in the same rank as diabetes and hypertension. And that is really a huge, big recognition of how we should see obesity as a metabolic health problem rather than a lifestyle or a psychological problem that people usually refer to, even currently. And so the Malaysian Obesity Society, and there's a logo at the right uppermost, really want to emphasize this, to be able to convince all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to look at obesity in a different light. So basically, what the National Health Mobility Survey taught us also was the fact that 2.5% or over 500,000 of adult Malaysian populations actually live with these 4 conditions, and they're all lumped together as a non-communicable disease. And they are not just diseases, but obviously the problem with hypertension, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, and obesity, patients do not have symptoms, right? They don't feel the pain. But what is actually the manifestation of it is really the heart disease and stroke. And they are at major risk for it, and almost 2.3 million adults in Malaysia live with at least 3 of these NCDs. Kasno, is that the reason why you're standing? Oh, okay, sorry. Very uncomfortable to see that you're standing. What I also want to highlight from this survey is the fact that if you look at the graphs on the right-hand side, in terms of age, you know that diabetes is a progressive disease, chronic condition, and it affects mainly the elderly. But what we also found from this NHMS is that a lot of the young adults are also inflicted by this disease. And as you can see, approximately 54.6% in those age group between 40 to 49, 39.9% prevalence between 30 to 39. But what is also concerning to me, and it should be to you also, ladies and gentlemen, is that a lot of these patients do not even know. So if you look at the bar, the dark blue bar representing the known disease, but those unknown disease, if I can just get your attention for a little bit, in those ages between 18 and 29, approximately 80% of them do not even know that they have diabetes. So 80% of them do not even know that they have diabetes. So that is something very, very serious, isn't it? Because at this point in time, there are the young ones, there are the university grads or currently attending universities, and why do they not know that they have diabetes? So that is something that we're really working on. And for that purpose, I want to emphasize this to you, that obesity is the precursor of all major diseases. In terms of obesity, in Malaysia, we are getting fatter and fatter. And as you know, we have been the fattest nation in the Southeast Asia for almost a decade, if not 2 decades. But most recently, we have been superseded by Brunei, Alhamdulillah. So we come number 2. I say Alhamdulillah. But our prevalence is still high. Brunei is approximately 60 over, ours is 54.4%. But what I also want to highlight is the National Health Mobility Survey 2023 used the WHO cutoff of BMI of more than 25 kilogram per meter squared for overweight and more than 30 kilogram per meter squared for obesity. But if you look at our Malaysian obesity CPG, whereby we use our criteria of 27.5 for obesity and 23 for overweight, our prevalence of obesity is 36.3%. Okay, so just by comparison, 21.8% with WHO, and Malaysian CPG is 36.3%, which is 1 in 3 adults Malaysians are obese. And that's the reason why there's a lot of studies now on obesity and diabetes. But because of that also, we want to highlight the fact that obesity is not just because of what you ate and you just walk around less. It has a multifactorial complex pathological process involving all these conditions. And people like me are responsible to some, including the medications on the right lowermost, but also the genetic. But the genetic also is actually what we now know can be converted or can be changed with the epigenetic studies. But as well as that, we have been recently highlighted to the fact that obesity is also affected by other factors, including adipose tissues, pancreas, and the gut. And of course, you have the environment. I know, everywhere you go, right? It's an obesogenic environment. Food is love for us. And also this hedonic input that I will allude to in a bit. But this is the biggest part of obesity that people do not know about until most recently. That what controls obesity is not just what you put in your mouth. So it's not your hand going to your mouth and feeding you. It's not your leg walking by your legs. It is actually the brain that controls it all. And if I can just summarize it for you, this is how your brain works, okay? So it is affected, different parts of the brain are affected by different types of food. As you can see, green represents, if you can't see from the back, green represents protein, yellow represents fat, and red represents carbohydrate. So these different types of food affect different pathways in your brain, which ultimately controls these centers in your brain, the prefrontal, the hypothalamus, and the reward system in the amygdala. So it's a very complex situation whereby they all interact. But how does it translate to in terms of clinical? I will tell you this. You have 3 types of hunger in the body. You have homeostatic hunger when you haven't had anything. Actually, I haven't had breakfast today. Didn't have time. So I'm feeling a bit hungry. So that's just because my stomach is empty. But even if, have you ever had this condition whereby you feel very full, and then your friend says, a very good friend says, come and temankan I. So you go and temankan her, and then you sit there and say, I'm not going to have anything, I'm very full. And then you see something that she ate, and then you're reminded of the time that you had it before, and you say, oh, okay, that looks very yummy. I'll have a little bit. So then you have 1 bite, and then your ghrelin goes up, and then your hedonic input goes haywire, and then you sedar tak sedar, you already finished half a plate. Have you ever had the experience? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is hedonic hunger. And finally is the gut microbiota, which also controls as a microorganism is present in your gut. There's a lot of work in that now, and that is also affecting how this all the neural pathways I mentioned below. But what is also alarming is the fact that diabetes and hypertension, most of patients are completely asymptomatic. And that's the reason why I do have so much problem trying to convince patients to take this really good, effective medication, whereas Prof. Sazli and his team have no problem. Why is that? Because his patients have got pain in the chest. Macam nak mati, doktor. So, apa-apa ubat doktor bagi, saya belilah. Sebab saya tak nak dah keadaan tu. But diabetes, hypertension, no, nothing, because they have no symptoms. But diabetes, hypertension, and hyperlipidemia and obesity are like cancers, I tell my patients, because over time you will have all these small vessels, and you end up having all these complications. But why I want to put side by side, right side, Left side is diabetes complications, but right side is obesity complications, which is little known that obesity complications are a lot more than diabetic complications. But why do I put so much emphasis on obesity then? Because obesity is the precursor of all, the mother of all diseases. Okay, the mother of all diseases. It's a progressive illness. This is a new classification on cardiorenal metabolic condition or syndrome, whereby it has been identified that obesity starts at stage 1 with excess adiposity, as you can see there. Don't think it projects very well. Which comes with overweight and obesity, as you can see at the lower bottom. And stage 2 is the metabolic risk factors when they start developing hypertension, hyperlipidemia, triglyceridemia, and then they go on to this very early kidney problem, they've got a little bit of heart problem, they have a bit of stenosis, and subclinical heart failure when they're not really symptomatic, but the heart is not contracting so well, and we call it diastolic dysfunction at some point. And then you go on to develop the overt conditions like the actual ischemic heart disease, the renal problems, stroke, and peripheral arterial disease, etc., etc. So, but is that all there is? Is it a progressive disease? So might as well lah. So my patients will say this, but doktor, saya tahulah kencing manis dah ada, saya pasrah aja lah. As if that reflects iman, does it? Because every medical condition should have treatment, right? And it has been shown that if you are able to reduce your weight significantly, there is significant clinical benefits as well. So in terms of how much then? You can talk about 3%, and that is enough to confer some benefits in terms of the metabolic benefits. But if you can, the patient can reach up to 15 to 25%, there is reversal of diabetes, which we never knew before. Okay, before when I was a lot younger, I used to tell patient, well, you're going to have that, you have diabetes, and really there's nothing, you have to control your sugar, but then you never be cured. I was wrong, actually. It can actually be cured, and that has been proven with some treatment that we have, including either pharmacotherapy or surgery. Right, so in terms of guidelines and recommendations in diabetes and obesity, we have evolved. There's a lot of changes in diabetes and obesity now, okay? So before this, we only, I'm sure some of you remember that you only have insulin, sulfonylurea, which are very effective. However, and over time, there has been a lot more armamentarium in diabetes, including the GLP-1, the DPP-4 inhibitors. However, the guidelines now not only emphasize on glycemic approach, they also emphasize on combination therapies, and they really put a lot of emphasis on cardiovascular diseases and reduction of risk for cardiovascular diseases. So now, it's not just HbA1c dependent, it is HbA1c independent in terms of reduction in cardiovascular risk and mortality. So, and this is basically this is our holy grail in terms of diabetes guidelines, and we would always refer to this. And I just want to highlight to you in terms of the guidelines, what has been highlighted is the increasing benefits of GLP-1 receptor agonists, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. And that also, I just want to highlight to you some other guidelines which also puts a lot of emphasis in terms of obesity and diabetes management, including the Canadian guideline. Right, so the GLP-1 receptor agonist, what is it? It's a hormone, and it's a neuropeptide, and it forms, it's actually a endogenous hormone present in the body. It increases the feelings of satiety and reduces feelings of hunger, and therefore it leads to decreased energy intake. So that's essentially it. It's actually natural hormone and neuropeptide in your body. However, over time, we have realized that it has benefits in terms of reduction of HbA1c and sugar, HbA1c and also other metabolic benefits as well. So then it comes out that we have this GLP-1 receptor agonist analogs, but and I just want to highlight to you there are many types out there, and there are more and more increasing number of GLP-1 receptor agonists, and the ones we can easily categorize are the human GLP-1 based and the xanthine based therapies. And I'm sure you've heard about this gila-gila monster. Initially it was discovered from that creature, that animal. Right, so, and besides, beyond the glycemic control, the GLP-1 receptor agonist has received a lot of attention because it has been proven to confer other benefits as well. And these are some of them not exhaustive, but inclusive of some of these other benefits in terms of other organs, including the kidneys, the heart, of course, reduction in blood pressure because it directly affects the vessels, and also the brain. So the brain has a lot of work on dementia. It shows improvement in cognitive function, and as well as that reduction in inflammation. So inflammation is a big word now in diabetes and hypertension. Because that is basically it is the main point in terms of the pathway to develop atherosclerotic diseases. And in cardiovascular benefits, there has been more increasing evidence to show that it has either a direct or indirect effect. And as you can see, it has direct effect on reduction of plaque formation, reduction in atherosclerosis, reduction in inflammation, but as well as that, it is an indirect effect of weight loss as well. All right, so just to highlight to you that I'm not speaking rubbish, I mean, this is all evidence-based. So the semaglutide is one of them, and that is the reason why I brought out semaglutide. Is currently UITM, HASA, and our team, Professor Lee is here. We are doing a lot of work on semaglutide, and what it has shown is that there's significant reduction in major adverse cardiovascular events with the use of the weekly injectable semaglutide, with a 26% risk reduction versus placebo, and also therefore it translates to the number needed to treat to prevent one CV death. So how many patients do you need to treat to prevent one person not getting it? 45, which is a good number compared to all the other cardiovascular studies that we have over a period of 2 years. The oral semaglutide, this one is a very special thing for me because I was the national leader for this. So oral semaglutide shows a consistent benefit also similar to the injectable, with number needed to treat of 50 over a period of 3 years. So it has an injectable one weekly, it has a daily daily oral consumption. So this, in summary, this together causes, with the oral semaglutide, it shows a 14% risk reduction. And there are more recent meta-analysis of the GLP-1 cardiovascular outcome trials with significant risk reduction for 3-point MACE. So 3-point MACE is a combination non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, and all-cause mortality, and it causes a 14% risk reduction. As you can see, if it moves towards the right side here, it favors the GLP-1. And being a meta-analysis, it shows all the GLP-1 that is currently available in the market, including liraglutide, exenatide, etc. Right? So, in summary, it's really a significant drug to use. And also in terms of, this is another CV outcome, meta-analysis. Some discrepancy in terms of the outcome measurements in some of the studies, but essentially at the bottom, as you can see, the rhomboid shapes, it shows significant risk reduction or benefit for the GLP-1 receptor agonist in terms of major cardiovascular outcomes. In terms of renal outcome, because remember I said has been shown there is a significant receptor present in the renal as well, in the kidneys. So in summary, kidney failure or persistent estimated GFR of less than 15, this is a combination of composite endpoints for renal outcome. Again, also significant benefit in both diabetic patients with diabetic kidney disease as well as non-diabetic patients, particularly from the SELECT trial, which is non-diabetic patients. So I didn't go too much into it, but just to tell you that there's increasing plethora of evidence-based benefits for GLP-1. And this is the most recent in the European Association of Obesity Conference, when we highlighted that the benefits for the 3-point MACE and also for the overall MACE at 3 months and 6 months for CV death, heart failure, and all-cause death, that the oral semaglutide, which we did with the SELECT trial as well as with the SOUL trial, that it shows a significant separation of the curve as early as 3 months. So if patients were to ask us, how long should I take this medication? So we would usually say, with this evidence, it shows you that at 3 months you will have benefit as well. So continue at least 3 months, 6 months even better. So of course, up to 2 years, you will have more significant benefits as well. So the other medications that uses GLP-1 are the combination. So this is one that we recently launched. So this is tirzepatide with a combination with the glucagon with a GIP, also a GLP. Again, to highlight to you how much cardiovascular outcome trials, or how much trials to begin with, is actually invested in these compounds. So this is a SURPASS study using tirzepatide in diabetic patients up to 5. And then you have the SURMOUNT and the SUMMIT trial. The SURMOUNT trial is in non-diabetic obese patients. Again, you can see the significant number of clinical trials that is being invested in. And then you have the SUMMIT trial in heart failure patients, which has shown significant reduction in terms of heart failure events, also with the use of tirzepatide. And also, finally, I think there was another one in renal outcome as well with the combination. But you will ask me, so how does this affect us? So ethics committee, we are concerned about safety. So safety towards patients, what we have identified is gastrointestinal symptoms. Nausea, vomiting is the most common. Diarrhea comes second, constipation in some. So some have diarrhea, some have a contradicting constipation, but mainly GI side effects. Other than that is the diabetic gastroparesis that was highlighted in the media quite a bit last few months, but it has been shown that in terms of all the data collected, it has not been shown significantly elevated in the trial product compared to placebo. And this is all it's proven by that. And also in a systematic review and network meta-analysis, you can see the similar in all the GLP-1, they are actually quite similar. There's no really particularly increase in any particular GLP-1 or combination. In terms of psychiatric complications, it also been highlighted that there are some, but again, not significantly higher compared to placebo. And essentially, it is adjustment disorder. Some patients have underlying, as you know, these diabetic and obese patients have underlying psychological problems anyway. So pool estimates, and this is a publication last year in Lancet that highlighted some of the pooled estimates for adverse events, including the GI side effects, but also cancers, pancreatic cancer, medullary thyroid cancer, which was of significant concern among us when we initially started out. But this pool estimates highlighted that, or showed that there is really no increased risk of any of these adverse events in those patients who receive the active drug. And in terms of mortality and arrhythmia, GLP-1 was initially shown to increase a little bit of heart rate, but it has been shown that in terms of benefit, otherwise, it is actually significant. So in terms of heart and health behavior, this is a publication this year that showed that 12 weeks of GLP-1 receptor agonist use associates with rapid and significant weight loss, which seems to coincide with the increase in resting heart rate. So that is a good thing, because when you start losing weight, your basal metabolic goes down, so that's negatively beneficial to you. But in this case, GLP-1 seems to increase the heart rate, which is beneficial in the long run in terms of further heart rate loss. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, there is other compounds coming up. So this is amylin analog, and another one is amycretin that some of our group will be embarking on as well in the next few months. Cagrilintide, so once weekly, as you can see, weight loss up to 25%. So this is very significant, almost similar to surgical procedures already. And there's another triple agonist. So a lot of things are coming out in the pipeline, and the weight loss is getting more and more. But our aim is actually to achieve at least 25% of weight loss. So clinical trials, friend or foe, you asked me. In conclusion, I just want to highlight semaglutide was the one that we worked very, very closely with. So as you can see here, Malaysia was involved in some of these trials. Select, Prof. Sazli was in it. Seoul, I was the national leader. Stride also, Prof. Sazli's team. Flo was our friend from UM. And Essence, I think UM as well. So UITM involved in some, and some we were not. So in terms of number, in terms of footprint in Malaysia, we have more than almost 800 patients in Malaysia alone. So Malaysia has been recognized as one of the friendly clinical trial centers in the world compared to some other countries. And these are some of our publications that have resulted from it. Okay, so some, not even half of it. I've just selected a few. So in terms of semaglutide, We were involved in exenatide cardiovascular outcome trial as well, and the combined 3 was also involved. We were also involved in encagrisima. So, a lot of significant publications that UITM have contributed to. As well as that, Najmin, tak boleh gerak dah. Can I have the next slide, please? I'm almost done anyway. Almost done. Tapi tak boleh gerak dah. Huh? Oh, can you continue? Tak boleh. Next slide. Can you just move to the next slide for me? Okay, all right. So, and the result of all that clinical trials, all those clinical trials have also impacted guidelines. So, as you can see, guidelines now have included GLP-1 receptor agonists into it in various places, including not just HbA1c reduction, but also those with severe or significant atherosclerotic disease, and also renal outcome as well. So finally, besides that, that's the bigger picture. But I just want to highlight to you, or just want to show and share with you the benefits for patients as well. So Mr. AH was a 60-year-old man who was actually attending the primary care clinic. He was just happily moving along, and his HbA1c was 8.1% when we initially diagnosed, when we initially recruited him. He had all these underlying problems. He had type 2 diabetes, stable IHD, dyslipidemia, a lot of conditions there, right? And he had all these medications here on the right-hand side, if you can see, right? A lot of medication. But he's happy. He's not complaining. He's happy seeing his primary care doctors every few months. And his weight at that time was 99.4%. I've actually tabulated it here that his weight started in August of 2023 of 102 kilograms. He was enrolled in the study in February of 2024 when his weight was 99.4 kilogram, and his HbA1c, as you can see, 8.6, 8.2, okay? Right, so for most patients, this is how he's going to be, because he would not be able to afford the GLP-1, right? So he'll be like, okay lah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. But you know his complications will come a lot faster if his HbA1c, his weight, and his blood pressure are not controlled. And this was his initial blood investigations, okay? Oh, I missed out. Okay, so, but he was recruited in our study, and finally, as you can see, in October of 2025, his weight has gone down to 84.8 kilogram, and his HbA1c is 6.2%. That's good, right? So he actually finished a study in March of 2025, actually, when his weight was 88.3. So we stopped the IP. It was only for 1 year, the treatment. But later on, he continued on with our clinic, and he continued on with his healthy lifestyle, and that was his weight most recent. So this is something that benefits patients as well. So how do we, as ethics, in terms of, it's not just for churning out data. It's not just for the purpose of highlighting UITM as a research center. It is really for the patient benefit as well. But we are careful that the inclusion criteria usually involves this kind of criteria, including those with established cardiovascular disease that you know are already high risk anyway. But our exclusion criteria are also very stringent. No recent hospitalization, no planning for procedures, no one in heart failure, etc., etc. And what else do we do? Practical study procedures that we do, we slow and careful titration, close monitoring of side effects. We have a very low threshold of AE, adverse events detection. We have low threshold of reporting. And they have, in terms of flow, they have easy accessibility to our study coordinators. Any problem, headache, sakit kaki, they will discuss with us. Regular consultation, and they see the same investigator, so we know exactly what's happening to them during the period. And then they get VIP treatment, no waiting, terus je jumpa, and they have personalized decision and long-term monitoring and follow-up. That's what is happening to our study patients right now. So in summary, incretin therapy, and I'm ending here early, ladies and gentlemen, so you all can go for lunch early. So incretin therapies are effective in terms of reduction in HbA1c, significant weight loss, improvement in insulin sensitivity. Cardiovascular and renal outcome data has demonstrated significant clinical benefits with multiple large-scale trials showing a reduction in major adverse cardiovascular events. Safety signals have been very well characterized, and they seem to be very consistent, with GI effect being the most common, and pancreatic and thyroid concerns has been addressed. huge research demand now in terms of other emerging agents, including dual or triple agonists, and also in different populations, not just HbA1, not just diabetic, but high-risk diabetic patients and obese patients. And so therefore, on our side as researchers, what can we do to minimize that risk with careful selection, regulated titration, ongoing monitoring, and etc. And that's what we have been doing. And with that, thank you very much.
Our sincere thanks to Prof. Rohana Abdul Ghani for those very relevant and insightful presentation on metabolic health trials. We open the floor for any questions. Anyone? Okay, tak ada.
Prof, tunggu, nak bagi token.
I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Kasno Abdul Malik to present a token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Rohana Abdul Ghani. Thank you. Okay, before we start the next session, kita nak minta tolong semua kita nak ambil gambar dulu. Sebab tadi tak cukup. Tak semua hadir lagi tadi pagi. So kita akan ambil gambar lagi sekali Okay. So can please everyone kita bangun macam tadi. Kalau duduk tak nampak yang belakang. Betul. Thank you everyone. Terima kasih semua. Banyak gambar kita hari ini. Okay, safety monitoring is paramount in all clinical research. We now invite Professor Dr. Sazli Shahlan Kasim to the stage. Professor Dr. Sazli is a professor of medicine and consultant cardiologist at UiTM. He currently serves as the Director of Cardiovascular Advancement and Research Excellence Institute, CARE Institute, in Faculty of Medicine, UiTM. He has extensive experience in clinical cardiology, research, and academic leadership. He will be presenting on optimizing safety monitoring in clinical research intervention, practical insights from the field, CT-ISR. Please welcome Prof. Sazli.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Apa khabar semua, sihat? Okay, I have to give you a talk for 90 minutes Gurau je. My talk probably last about 30 minutes. Betul, Dr. Kasihan boleh masuk. Okay, so saya pakar jantung, and I think the theme for this colloquium is on cardiometabolic diseases. So Alhamdulillah. And saya dengar pun Prof. Rohana banyak sebut pasal cardiovascular protection. And the topic given to me is optimizing safety, monitoring in clinical trials. Bagaimana hendak memastikan pesakit-pesakit kita semua selamat. Ya. Siapa-siapa nak tidur in the first 20 minutes adalah dibenarkan. Sebenarnya masa saya buat talk ni, saya sila buat talk. It was for a different topic. Dan malam tadi baru saya sedar, ya Allah. Tapi actually it's relevant. The reason why it's relevant is because you need framework and building blocks before you actually understand what happens in a clinical trial. So these are some of the topics that I will cover: why safety first, GCP fundamental, how a clinical trial is designed, what happens on the ground bila kita buat clinical trial, and how do we pick up on the events yang happen, and what do we do bila kita nampak event ni. Cases and checklist tu kita kalau ada masa nanti kita boleh go through lah, kita tengok macam mana. So sebagai seorang seorang pakar jantung, saya jumpa banyak orang mati sakit jantung. Dan baru-baru ni pun one top management kat UiTM pun sakit jantung. Yang sakit jantung ni sangat berleluasa. Okay? Statistik from our research tunjukkan 1 in 5 orang sakit jantung umur dia bawah 50 tahun. 1 in 5. You all semua muda-muda kan? Anybody yang approach 50 tahun tu, standby lah. You're probably going to be in 1 in 5 statistics. 1 in 5 maksudnya kalau ada 5 orang kat sini, kita baling satu batu, seorang sure kena sakit jantung. Dia macam datuk lah. Baling batu, 10 people, 1 will be a datuk. Macam tu lah. Something like that. Okay? Because the burden of disease is so large, that's why there's a lot of interest in cardiovascular clinical trials. That's one. Number two, now cancer is taking over very fast. Because why? Behind it, there's always money, and there's always stakeholders, and there's always an economy behind it to generate all this activity that is required. From one point, from my point of view, kalau saya ada patient datang daripada katalah Ulu Bernam ke, daripada jauh-jauh ke, daripada kampung, daripada kampung orang asli ke, di mana akses kepada ubat tu susah, dia sangat beruntung lah. Especially kalau dia dapat masuk clinical trial menggunakan ubat yang terkehadapan, termaju. Tapi malangnya, bila study itu dah habis, usually after about 3 years, dia dah rasa best kan, tiba-tiba tak ada ubat. Rasa tak best. So this is some of the challenges in clinical trial. Dalam clinical trial ni dia banyak stakeholder. Ada industri, ada kerajaan, ada institution, hospital, healthcare provider, kita, doktor, nurses dan therapist. Ada juga clinical research organisation yang jadi interface antara industri yang sponsor clinical trial tu, laksanakan clinical trial, interface dengan kita sebagai healthcare provider yang recruit patient. So there's a lot of stakeholder. Bila banyak stakeholder tu, then you have to have a system. You have to have a system to make sure that bila kita ada ubat atau compound tu yang kita nak bagi sipulan-sipulan tu makan atau inject, dia kena selamat lah. Kan? Takkan kita nak jeopardise kan? In the background of any clinical trial, there's always competition. There's always competition. Satu compound tu bila dia masuk Malaysia, a globally initiated clinical trial sponsored by big pharma, for example Pfizer, Astra dan sebagainya, dia bukan laksanakan clinical trial in UiTM sahaja. Tak, it's competitive recruitment. How do you get on board the recruitment process? By your merit, by your visibility, by your previous performance, by your track record, by a lot of things. So they have to come to the center, assess to make sure that sipulan-sipulan ni sebenarnya boleh buat clinical trial dan tak akan memalukan kita. Yang itu paling penting lah. Tak akan memalukan kita. So sponsor akan habiskan banyak duit ya. So in the background there's competition. So how do we deal with this? We are trying to recruit as many patients as possible supaya kita dapat be number one di Malaysia ya. Kita boleh kipas kita ni ego dan sayap dan rasa semangat, rasa best kan bila jalan aku nombor satu like that Tak boleh. Ini patient. You recruit as you can. Tapi at the same time, these things happen because CRO, Clinical Research Organization, organizer, associate semua, also have a KPI that they need to meet. Dia cakap, okay, Malaysia ni bagus. Kita boleh janji you 100 patient within 6 months for this particular drug. Capai atau tidak capai. Kalau dia tak capai KPI, dia pun tak dapat bayaran. Like that. So there's always carrot and whip in the background for all this activity that we are being part of. Fundamental for GCP, there's always like this guideline lah, garis panduan, buku, kitab. Kalau Mak Saleh panggil Bible, kalau kita panggil Quran lah, yang kita boleh ikut. Dan revision ni, macam you dengar pagi-pagi ni, I think dia dah ada revision baru daripada bulan 6 baru-baru ni. A lot of it is esoteric sikit because it's down to fundamental. How is a trial design? How do you measure trial? How do you monitor trial? What is the responsibility of industry, regulatory, sponsor, investigator dan sebagainya. There's a lot of people, as I said, everybody has their own task and function. Sebagai contoh, study sponsor, sebelum dia design trial, dia kena cari compound yang betul-betul berguna. Compound tu kena be novel, compound tu boleh dipatentkan, dan bila dia tahu result daripada compound from dia animal study, preclinical study and also phase 1, phase 2 study, dia tahu that kalau compound ni berjaya, dia akan dapat 10 kali ganda investmentnya buat dalam compound tu. So a lot of big pharma now, macam Pfizer, Astra dan sebagainya, they are buying smaller pharmaceutical companies yang produce a lot of biological compounds, monoclonal antibody for example, inclisiran, RNA, small molecule RNA, those kind of things. Because to rely on drug compound sahaja untuk be the next blockbuster drug for them dah tipis, sangat-sangat tipis. Macam for example nak cari ubat tahan sakit, paracetamol. That was like 40-50 years ago. The most recent drug is your NSAID, celecoxib, arcosia, rofecoxib. That's already 30 years old, 30 tahun. Since then tak ada pun ubat baru untuk tahan sakit kecuali morphine you. Why? Because dah tepu. And therefore tak ada economic return pun kalau diorang invest in those kind of study. So from a patient point of view, you are kind of stuck. Kalau you allergy NSAID, habislah you makan Panadol je jawabnya, kan? Atau you ambil morphine. From industry point of view, it doesn't make sense for them to invent something. From a university point of view, academician point of view, kita selalu buat small scale trial, nak tengok ubat ni, compound ni, mas cotek boleh tahan sakit ke, dan sebagainya. Tapi bila kita nak try to market and commercialize it, sorry kalau terkena, minta maaf. Kalau kita try to commercialize it, there's no takers because the value tu tak ada. So there's always that issue. So that is in the mindset of big pharma and people who are sponsoring clinical trials, sponsored clinical trial globally. They are looking at the outcome, they are looking at the revenue. Because of that, they must make sure that your site, our site, can execute the study and can be sure that it is safe for the patient and can be sure that they will get the result that they want. That is why they have all these checkpoints lah. Checkpoints. Regulatory agency macam Malaysian Medical Council, NPRA, these are oversight committees nak pastikan that clinical trial yang masuk Malaysia ni asas dia kukuh. Tapi there's multiple layer. You present kat NPRA nak bawa masuk compound, you present kat ethics committee nak bawa masuk compound, nak execute the clinical trial, then they look at the patient safety dan sebagainya, and then the ethics committee akan endorse, akan lulus. From an investigator point of view, kita akan pastikan yang our site is safe to execute the trial. So there are many layers untuk memastikan keselamatan pesakit apabila dia masuk dalam clinical trial. Semacam saya sebut tadi, safety is paramount. You ada drug yang seksi gila pun, tapi kalau drug tu bunuh orang, then it doesn't really work. Okay, one exclusion yang masa kita buat, masa kita zaman COVID. Was there a clinical trial to endorse or approve the COVID vaccine? Tak ada. Small scale saja. Animal, preclinicals, human small scale, 20 orang, okay, it works, go. Because of the global demand and the burden of death masa COVID. So there's always an exclusion. Itu bila dah habis COVID, now everybody's coming out with the side effect. Autoimmune disease, myocarditis, encephalitis, diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, semua dah nampak dah. This is what happens when a trial is not done properly. A drug does not go through the correct regulatory process. Nampak? Okay, good. Who are the stakeholders in safety monitoring? Dalam pemantauan keselamatan, kesihatan pesakit yang masuk dalam clinical trial ni. Mana study coordinator saya ada beberapa kat sini. They are truly the champion of my clinical trial. They are really well trained by our centre, well trained by our faculty dan sebagainya. Oversight, PI, principal investigator, saya. Okay. But it's impossible for me to know every single one of my patients. So they have really good connection to the patient. So investigator has the oversight one-to-one to the patient. Sebab saya yang responsible untuk endorse, untuk consent, untuk benarkan step by step what happens kalau ada side effect dan sebagainya. But we also rely on our study coordinator, so therefore they have to be very, very well trained. And nak train diorang takes time. And therefore they have to be maintained at a high level. And to do that, it requires dedication and motivation as well, from their part. So that's that. There's a healthcare provider, there's the patient itself, there's a sponsor, and there's also regulatory body. Okay. These are some frameworks sebelum clinical trial even get off the ground, and that anybody yang terasa berminat nak join Big Pharma and join as a teaser lah. These are the things that you have to be part of. It's all process engineering. So siapa-siapa sini daripada engineering, you will be familiar with this. Sigma 6, quality management, quality control. Kalau kita buat MSQH atau ISO pun, pretty much you go through all this process. Number one, critical to quality. You, before you start pun, you dah tahu apa compound you nak buat, you dah tahu apa masalah compound tu, you dah tahu apa measurement you nak buat daripada compound tu. Critical side effect, critical endpoints, kita dah tahu awal-awal, kita boleh mapkan benda-benda tu supaya bila kita nak design the protocol, kita boleh listkan tu sebagai dia punya side effect. You dah bagi tahu semua orang. Okay? Ubat Panadol ni boleh menyebabkan keracunan hati. Dalam kadar 1 ke sejuta. Dah tahu dah. Critical to quality. So kalau you ada 1 juta orang, 1 kena expected, tak adalah masalah. Tapi bila you buat trial, you ada 100 orang, 100 orang kena keracunan hati, you have a big problem. Therefore, you did not identify the critical point. So this is some of the things that you have to be ready. Quality tolerance limit. Macam saya cakap tadi, what is the percentage of side effect? What is the percentage of adverse reaction yang you benarkan dalam trial you? Kalau ubat cair darah, for example, kalau you have more than 5% patients you yang masuk dalam clinical trial to end up with bleeding. End up with bleeding. Kita tak tahu dia dapat ubat, kita tak tahu dia dapat placebo. Tapi whatever it is, dapat banyak report yang patient tu datang with end up with bleeding. Straight away, kita akan report as an adverse event, severe adverse event. Straight away, data monitoring committee akan flag it up. And straight away, dia akan terus buat root cause analysis. Kenapa jadi macam ni? Site tu banyak orang yang suka berdarah ke? Compound tu ada masalah berdarah ke? Tekanan darah patient semua yang masuk dalam trial tu tak betul ke? What is happening? So they have to do the root cause analysis, fishbone diagram dan sebagainya, nak tahu kenapa banyak bleeding. But it is defined by your tolerance. What is your percentage? And you know your tolerance bila you tahu you punya critical side effect daripada whatever compound that you are trying to develop. Okay. Once you have all these things, you can develop your key risk indicator. This is from a CRO punya point of view. This is from a trial sponsor punya point of view. Because dia akan monitor dashboard ni setiap hari. Dia orang jauh, dia orang kat US, kat Filipina, kat China dan sebagainya. Dia nak tengok reporting you sahaja. Jangan tengok percentage rate. And then dia akan contact CRO, cakap, UiTM tu kenapa banyak orang kolesterol dia tak turun-turun walaupun kita dah bagi ubat turunkan kolesterol. Dia orang tak ambil ubat ke? Dia orang tak buat kerja ke? Dia macam tu lah. Dan kita kena jawab lah. And then they will come down to monitor. When they come down to monitor, then they will go through all our documentation. We get through that later. Lastly is act. So bila you dah ada notification ni semua, then you have to act on it. And these are some of the things that we will go through in a bit more detail. So what is critical to quality? These are processes, data that most protect participant and decision critical safety to conclusion. Seperti sebagai contohnya, you nak produce great donuts, but you nak bagi orang, so kita kat hotel kan, so they want to produce great pastry, for example, okay? And they know that to produce great donut, great pastry, the tepung has to be fresh, it has to be cooked quickly in a hot oven and delivered to the person, to the consumer, very, very fast. So that is the quality driver. And they know that to be able to produce great donut that is fresh, that is hot, that the individual, the end user wants to eat, they have to have all the performance requirement. Production kena just in time based on consumption. Tak boleh produce banyak-banyak, nanti orang tak makan, membazir. Okay? Guna kotak-kotak yang boleh maintain freshness of donat-donat tu sendiri. And then you ada regular menu so that you tahu apa yang orang nak, dia akan terus dapat. Tak payah produce donat yang ada durian lah, ada pisang lah, mengepek-epek mengabang-abang, orang tak makan pun jadi membazir. So you dah ada recipe macam mana nak produce great donut. So that is your critical to quality. You dah tahu metrik-metrik apa you nak pakai. So this is how people design clinical trial. So when they see they want to produce a drug that can prevent heart attack, okay? Then they look at the what are the things that you need to have in that drug to prevent the heart attack. It must be easy to use, makan rather than inject. It must be rapid onset, cepat. it must have very low side effect, tak ada pendarahan, for example, tak ada muntah-muntah, tak ada cerit-berit dan sebagainya. All these things dah kena disenaraikan. These are all your quality factor. Okay. Saya dah sebut dah ni. Tolerance limit. Especially bila dalam cardiovascular disease. Dalam cardiovascular, kalau yang nak tahu pathology je, it's very simple. A lot of time sakit jantung jadi sebab kolesterol tu pecah, sebab kolesterol tu terlalu tinggi. So, you bagilah ubat rendahkan kolesterol. A lot of time kolesterol tu pecah, darah tu jadi beku. So, you bagilah ubat yang berhentikan pembekuan darah, antikoagulant. Okay? Bila you bagi ubat berhentikan pembekuan darah, orang akan berdarah. So, pendarahan is a side effect. Pendarahan tu boleh datang daripada otak, daripada mata, daripada dalam perut. Those are major bleeding site. Pendarahan tu juga boleh datang daripada gusi, daripada kulit, kalau terguris masa tengah potong bawang ke apa ke. Those are minor bleeding. So, you dah nampak dah, major bleeding, minor bleeding, yang mana akan bunuh orang, yang mana tak akan bunuh orang. Then you boleh keep track of all these indicator when you do the clinical trial. And then you can decide, ubat cair darah ni tak adalah kuat sangat berbanding dengan ubat aspirin, for example. So, therefore, sepatutnya bleeding dia better. You dah cakap dah bleeding dia better. Bila bleeding dia better, side effect dia better, maka semua orang boleh pakai. It's better than aspirin sebab tak ada bleeding. Sebab kita tahu kalau orang tu berdarah, dia akan mati cepat. Kan? Dia berdarah daripada ulcer, for example. Dia berdarah daripada usus, for example. Dia akan mati cepat for sure. Sama dia berdarah sebab kanser, wallahualam lah. Tapi orang yang ada pendarahan dalaman will die faster than orang yang tak ada pendarahan dalaman. Itu dah tahu dah that phenomenon. Then you can set your threshold for that particular site, for that particular country, for that particular study. And whenever that threshold is exceeded from an overall dashboard point of view, that it flags a red flag macam tu. Okay. Again, I will repeat this. How do we address anomalies? You nak capai satu objektif. Ubat cair darah saya mesti mengurangkan risiko sakit jantung. Objektif itu. That's your fishbone diagram. That goes all the way to the left side of your screen. And then kalau you approach in a fishbone manner, you ada method, you ada people, you ada environment, you ada all these subcomponent that you can brainstorm sekiranya bila you tengah buat study, bila you tengah buat interim analysis, dia tak mencapai target tu. And then you can straight away design an action plan. Apa? Corrective action, preventive action plan. Yang you boleh cascade down untuk mengurangkan atau untuk membenarkan study itu berjaya. Itu pasal kadang-kadang bila kita tengah buat clinical trial, tiba-tiba ada protokol update. Menyusahkan hidup. Sebab maksudnya kita kena consent balik semua patient kita. Susahlah kalau dah ada 25 patient. Berterabur lah tu. And we are not running one trial. We are usually running 5, 6, 7 trial. So you kena buat all the data entry for one trial, kena panggil balik 25 patient tu untuk reconsent, sambil-sambil monitor dia, sambil-sambil jaga lagi 4 trial. Kesian study coordinator saya. Saya selalu kesian kat dia orang. Dia tak tahu je. Okay. Safety. 10 years ago, when I started in ITM, kita masuk dalam clinical trial. Apa nama dia? Compass. 60 patient kita randomize. 60 tu banyak tau. Ini dengan arwah Datuk Khalid. And masa tu kita punya electronic medical record system tak mantap lagi. So we were doing a lot of paper medical record. Macam ni lah, kertas dalam folder. And then bila CRA and sponsor nak datang, nak tengok lah, awak consent tak semua patient-patient awak? Soalan bodoh. Okay. The jawapan is yes. Right? Tapi bila kita go through balik, ada yang hilang consent form. Ada consent form dia yang version lama. Dia tak reconsented. Kan? Ada yang consent form tu dia dah sign tapi dia tak tulis nama. Ada consent form dia tulis nama tapi dia tak signature. Bila kena audit macam tu sakitnya jiwa. So then it's all being flagged. Minor finding, major finding, critical finding. The absence of consent form, critical. Major red flag. Memang kena terus ke REC, memang kena palau kau-kau. So tolonglah jangan terlupa consent. Very important, your consent form tu. And then kalau ada protocol update, you have to reconsent, nak tak nak, walaupun susah. So that's one thing. Paper system menyakitkan hati. Bila you guna electronic medical record system pula, sebab you dah terlalu biasa tulis pakai tangan dengan tulisan yang tak boleh difahami, saja je sebenarnya. Then bila kita guna electronic medical record, it's actually better from auditing point of view, from process point of view, but it takes a bit more time. Itu je lah. And usually kita dah ada template dah for every visit untuk study patient kita. Bila dia datang, dia dah ada template dah. So kita akan copy paste template tu, kita akan update saja as it goes along. So it makes life a little bit easy. Safety monitoring maksudnya bila kita dah execute the trial, the patients will come back to us on a periodical basis untuk lawatan. Dan sekiranya ada lawatan yang di mana kita jumpa anything that goes out of the norm, kita terpaksa maklumkan kepada REC. Dan benda ni berlaku periodically, selalu. Dan sekiranya benda-benda tu membawa kepada perkara yang macam sangat membahayakan, kematian, banyak severe adverse reaction, serious adverse reaction, ya, atau unexpected adverse reaction, maka kita akan dapatlah surat-surat penambatan atau surat-surat highlight daripada sponsor sendiri yang mengatakan, tuan, study ni kita tak boleh continue. Sebab apa? Sebab dekat negara Thailand, for example, banyak orang mati. Dia akan cakap macam tu. Therefore, we find that it's futile. Dia tak adalah cakap negara Thailand, tapi in the background, you tahulah apa cerita dia. Okay? So therefore, we have to terminate the study. Oh, alah, ruginya. Saya dah rekrut 40 orang. Macam tu. 40 orang tu pun akan kecewa. Because the next time when they come back for their monitoring, kita nak tutup study ni, pakcik. So minggu depan tak payah datang lagi dah. Sebenarnya patient, bila dia masuk clinical trial, dia suka. We pay them RM200 per visit. Which is nothing lah sebenarnya. Naik Grab dah RM50, pergi balik RM1, nak spend time kat hospital RM30, nak makan minum kan. And then you untung bersih RM50 je. Tapi yang best sebab dia boleh keluar rumah, jumpa kawan-kawan. Satu. Kalau dia pening kepala pun terus dapat jumpa study coordinator, kan terus panggil pakar. Pakar akan terus jumpa dia. Dua. So kalau jumpa pakar klinik biasa kat Sungai Buloh tu, takes 3 hours. Dia datang pukul 8, pukul 3 petang baru dapat jumpa. Itu pun balik dengan Panadol, sikit hati je. Tapi kalau you masuk clinical trial, then they get that benefit because they are seen faster. So they like that. So sometimes bila kita terminate study for whatever reason, it's a bit, they feel a bit of a loss lah, macam tu. A bit of a loss. Okay, I'll skip through this. Any questions so far? Tak ada. Okay, lagi 10 minit boleh habis lah. Alright. Saya akan ulang balik sebab benda-benda ni dia berkaitan. Before kita design trial, the trial design has to be built on quality. Kalau kita dah tahu compound tu apa side effect dia based on preliminary study, based on previous science evidence, then it's actually quite easy for us to design a risk register seperti belah kiri tu. Siapa-siapa yang masuk jawatan kuasa risiko kat your item ni, you tahulah risk register tu apa, you tahulah pemegang ni siapa, dan you tahulah tindakan semua macam mana. Risk register tu is important because dia akan guna tu untuk monitor performance. Okay? Setiap study yang datang, dia akan cakap, okay, ubat ni sesuai untuk pesakit jenis-jenis macam ni. Okay, for example, heart disease. This one kita baru habis site evaluation visit semalam, dan ubat ni adalah untuk ubat lemah jantung. Tapi ubat ni ada side effect, sebab side effect dia adalah you boleh naikkan serum potassium dengan lemah buah pinggang, rosak buah pinggang. So kalau dekat sini dia dah tahu dah that is one of the side effect, dia akan terus flag dalam inclusion dan exclusion. Kita nak inclusion, dia akan kata kita nak orang lemah jantung bawa masuk hospital dapat ubat sesak nafas, ubat furosemide. Kita tak nak orang yang buah pinggangnya rosak, yang ada risiko tak nak makan ubat, yang ada risiko untuk potassium dia naik. Dia cakap dalam exclusion dia. Kita tak nak orang tu makan ubat yang boleh interact dengan ubat kita, seperti grapefruit juice for example. That is also another thing that they will identify. Dia akan listkan all these things down. So from a investigator punya point of view, from a study coordinator point of view, jelaslah kalau orang tu terlari daripada landasan yang betul, kita boleh flag sahaja, tak ada masalah pun. Isu dia kalau pesakit tu dapat adverse event tetapi tak ada dalam garis panduan, tak ada dalam protokol. Yang tu leceh. Sebab nanti study coordinator, patient dengan investigator kena duduk fikir, apalah masalahnya, tengok balik, review balik. And that can sometimes take 30 minutes, can sometimes take 30 days. So you akan involve all other stakeholder. Kalau patient tu datang hospital kita, okay. Kalau patient tu dah balik Ipoh, masuk hospital kat Teluk Intan, aduh. Now we have to request data daripada record daripada Teluk Intan, and that takes longer. So those are some of the challenges. Sometimes nowadays kita buat clinical trial, kalau dulu every time patient datang follow up dia datang klinik. Tapi now nak jimatkan kos, kita bagi follow up gunakan app. And they upload the symptom diary. Some of the measurement questionnaire pun dia boleh download and dia boleh gunakan app tu sendiri untuk jawab. Which is of course lah save time. But sometimes kalau kita tak train, kita tak aware dan susah sebab kita tak nampak input dia kat mana. So study coordinator kena selalu tengok dashboard tu. CRA akan selalu tengok dashboard tu, patient buat atau tidak. Bila patient tu datang for the actual physical visit, kita tanya dia ada masalah tidak. Yeah? Okay, this happened yesterday. That's the study yang guna untuk heart failure. When the science is good, then we are happy. Okay, I'll walk you through this one. So, ubat ni namanya finerenone, ubat baru. Bila nak jual, kalau nak beli kat market sekarang ni, harga dia dalam RM500 sekotak sebulan. Because dia baru. Kompetitor dia namanya spironolactone, ubat lama. Ubat tu dah 30 tahun. Guna untuk lemah jantung, guna untuk lemah hati. Dia punya problem statement, orang yang ada lemah jantung, bila dia ambil spironolactone, lemah jantung di mana jantung dia tebal tapi ejection fraction dia normal, dia tidak dapat kebaikan daripada ubat spironolactone. So there's a gap. Orang yang lemah jantung tapi jantung dia fungsi normal, lemah jantung tapi fungsi normal. Dia confusing sikit, tapi adalah senario macam ni dalam kardiologi. Dia bila jalan sikit dia sesak nafas. Naik tangga sikit dia sesak nafas. Bila kita buat ultrasound jantung, fungsi dia normal, tapi jantung dia tebal. That is called HFpEF, heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. Semua angguk sebab semua bila jalan dia sesak nafas kan? Macam tak tahu. Gurau. So, problem statement dia kat situ. Dia kata ubat finerenone ni kalau you guna untuk pesakit you yang semput tapi ejection fraction normal, dia boleh bertambah baik lah. Cakap ya, janji manis. Okay? Compound dia dah ada, science dia dah ada, preclinical dia dah ada, cantik je, animal study dia dah ada, PKPD dia dah ada, drug dosing semua dah ada, cantik, tak ada side effect. Okay doktor, boleh try. Kita dah buat phase 1, phase 2 study lagi doktor. Bagus ni, you tengok fine arts ni, ada divergence dalam dia punya outcome. Kalau yang nak tahu, ni control, ini finerenone arm, you boleh nampak finerenone has lower events. Ya? Lepas tu dia akan jual you p-value significant doktor, very very good. Oh okay, dia akan jual you dia punya relative risk reduction 25%, standard. Most cardiovascular drug kalau nak masuk clinical trial 20% and above boleh jual. Anything less than that, bungkus. Why? Because dia akan tengok absolute risk reduction kat sini. Berapa banyak absolute risk daripada control kepada intervention. Okay? Usually 1.5% and above. Why? Because then your numbers needed to treat will be around 50. 50 tu maksudnya kalau saya bagi ubat tu pada 50 orang dalam bilik ni, one will get benefit. And benefit in cardiovascular outcome trial usually mati. Mati power lah. If I can prevent one death, care tu. Kan? Among 50 people. So that's how roughly the calculation is made up lah. So that is what is being sold to us semalam. Semalam. Mana gambar tadi? Kita tengah duduk minum kopi, lecture, cardio team kan. Sambil-sambil tu ada operation dalam OT room tu, dalam cath lab tu. This was the one that caught our attention sebab kita tahu ubat spironolactone boleh menaikkan potasium. Potasium tu kalau tinggi sangat orang boleh mati. Ya? And finerenone ni katanya tak adalah naikkan potasium sangat. Tapi bila kita tengok dalam fine arts ni banyak je potasium naik. Macam tipu je. Apa yang cakap ni? And then bila kita explore, okay lah dia safeguard sikit orang-orang yang nak masukkan study ni. Siapa-siapa yang buah pinggang dia lemah, ada risiko potasium naik. Siapa yang ada makan ubat yang boleh naikkan potasium. Siapa yang makan suplemen, grapefruit juice yang boleh menaikkan potasium, kita tak nak. Okay lah, bagus lah juga. Diorang sedar yang ubat ni ada side effect. Diorang tahu macam mana nak mitigate. Good. Saya suka. Okay. And then kita nampak dalam exclusion criteria banyak lagi benda-benda yang lain. CYP3, 4A drugs dia nak remove diltiazem sebab ada interaction boleh menaikkan potasium you. Concomitant therapy dia dah bagi tahu dah apa-apa semua tu. So kita pun sejuk hati. Doktor, kalau doktor masukkan patient dalam trial ni, dia kata lepas 2 minggu ke sebulan doktor kena naikkan dos. Naikkan dos? Kenapa? Oh, lagi tinggi dos lagi bagus. Oh, macam tu. Tu cakap Oh, tapi kalau lagi tinggi dos bukan lagi tinggi ke potasium naik ni? Itu lepas tu nak kita follow up patient ni hari ke berapa? Lepas sebulan. Tapi kalau patient tu muntah-muntah cerit-berit kat rumah, kalau dia dehydrated, kalau dia mati macam mana? Okay? So this conversation happens in real life. This is what happened yesterday. And then kita nego lah. Kita cakap, no, protokol ni bahaya. Sometimes our patient datang dari kampung. And then dia tak ada access pada klinik. And then kalau dia muntah-muntah, dia tak ada air. Apa-apalah cerita dia. Okay? Kalau dia cerit-berit, nanti bahaya. Sebab dia akan dehydrated. Itu potasium dia boleh naik, nanti dia boleh mati. Atau dia akan menyusahkan hospital Sungai Buloh ke Kuala Kubu Baru dan sebagainya. So bila kita nampak ni dia punya study log lah, dia punya study activity. Kita boleh nampak study screening day, apa dia buat, day 1, day 30, day 60, day 90. Ini semua study coordinator kita akan buat berpandukan kepada kita punya CRA dan CRO. Okay. So you boleh nampak, you dah masukkan patient tu day 1, 30 days later baru you panggil patient tu balik, jumpa. Plus minus 7 days. Maksudnya 3 minggu atau 5 minggu. So di sini kita dah terus red flag. Kalau betul kita akan guna study ni, then we have to be careful in terms of patient selection. We have to really advise patient to maintain hydration. We have to make sure maybe on our own accord, panggil balik patient tu after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, atau ask them to go to a local clinic or something to check their renal function. Something like that lah. Okay. So those are things that we pick up. Now we talk about study design also. A good quality study design must have strong consent yang jelas kepada pesakit-pesakit ni. Consent ni adalah satu topik yang sangat tak best. Tapi penting. Tapi sangat tak best. Sebab panjang. You pernah tengok consent form tak? Pernah kan? Berpeja-peja. Industri investigators sponsored study trial, consent form dia 20 muka surat. Bahasa Melayu, bahasa Inggeris, Cina dan India. Tapi technically, well, we have to go through every single page, pastikan dia faham, dan kalau dia faham, nanti dia akan sign dengan IC number dan juga apa nama tu, tarikh dia. Banyak pula saya cakap. Tadi ingat nak buat 10 minit je. Okey, ni saya skip. Bila orang tu dah masuk study, bila study tu dah bermula, you dah nampak study activity. Day 1 screening apa, 30 day apa, 60 day apa, 90 day apa dan sebagainya. Bila dia datang tu kita kena buat all the checklist. And kita kena upload semua checklist tu dalam komputer sistem. Adalah rate cap dia ke, IQVIA dia ke, adalah komputer sistem yang akan guna. And masalahnya setiap clinical trial akan guna sistem berbeza. Oh, sakitnya hati. So, bukan saya sakit hati lah, study coordinator saya akan sakit hati. Kesian diorang. Lepas tu, bila dia dah upload kepada sistem tu, dan sistem tu clinical monitor akan nampak lah. Dan kalau ada deviation, dia akan turun datang padang. Turun datang padang, dia akan buat selalu. Sebulan sekali, 2 bulan sekali, 3 bulan sekali. Tengoklah kepada seriousness study tu. Kalau study tu macam low key, low side effect, low risk dan tak ada masalah, mungkin dia datang 6 bulan sekali. Okay? Kalau study tu high risk, junior risk macam anaphylaxis, ya, sesak nafas, pendarahan, dia akan datang kerap sikit. Awal-awal. Soalnya pastikan kita ni semua di landasan yang betul. Bila dia datang, dia akan minta kita semua folder-folder pesakit. Itu dia akan buka. Mana consent you? Oh, okay. Inclusion you betul atau tidak? Okay. Study patient ni dia makan ke tidak ubat? Macam mana nak tahu dia makan? Oh, kita kira balik ubat dia berapa betul dia makan. Okay. Ada satu patient ni dia pergi Indonesia. Gimana? Australia. Ubat dia kena rampas. Dah terputus ubat. Kena lapor. As an adverse event. Terlepas ubat. Peratusan ubat dia dah jatuh. Bila CRO datang, kenapa peratusan ubat makan ni rendah? Ubat dia hilang dekat immigration. Bukan salah kita. Bukan salah patient. Just it is. So those are some of the things that we have to be mindful and monitor for every single patient. And this is where good relationship occur lah antara clinical research organizer, the study team itself, nak memahami apa yang berlaku. Monitoring, kalau you ada macam injectable, biological drugs yang require cold chain management, yang ni leceh. Sebab cold chain management maksudnya central akan post ubat tu berkala, 2 minggu sekali ke sebulan sekali. Masuk dalam peti ICU. Peti ICU kena ada temperature, kena ada orang monitor, excursion tu semua kena pantau. Every day kena check. Kalau lari julat kena report. Dah tak boleh pakai ubat tu. Tu ada patient 2-3 orang menunggu. Dah terlepas patient tu. Headache juga. Kadang-kadang menyesal buat clinical trial. Tapi fun lah. So cold chain management pun you kena ambil kira. Ubat adherence pun you kena ambil kira. All those kind of things. Saya tak gambar study coordinator. Saya saja nak malukan mereka. Tapi mereka ada dalam ni. These are really the backbone, the pillar behind all our studies. Kalau diorang tak ada, maka kita tak boleh buat study-study ni. Because benda-benda macam ni akan berlaku. Yeah? And ingat bila dia consent, kita bagi nombor phone. Nombor phone dan dia boleh WhatsApp bila-bila masa sahaja. Yeah? So tapisannya berlaku kat situ. So kalau ada masalah, dia terus akan contact the doctor in charge. dan tengok apa berlaku. Patient ni pening kepala je sebab tak tidur gaduh dengan isteri dia. Itu pun kita kena layan. Tak patut. Sampai masuk kecemasan. Nak masuk kecemasan, kita dah readykan katil. Datang je lah, kita dah readykan katil untuk awak. Mana orang dapat layan macam tu? Red carpet. So kalau you nak red carpet, tak nak tunggu 3 jam kat hasarnya ED, masuk clinical trial. Okay, this is what I mean bila everybody will get a card lah untuk tahu siapa PI, siapa investigator. Kita akan brief dia macam mana nak buat kalau ada masalah. Every time dia datang for monitoring visit, kalau dia ambil darah, kita kena review darah dia within 7 days. Nak tahu kalau ada julat yang lari atau tidak. Sama ada fungsi hati ke, kolesterol ke, gula ke, diabetes ke, darah merah ke, whatever it is. Kalau ada julat yang lari dia, kita kena report. So awal-awal dulu, kita jarang report. Sebab apa? Nak buat reporting tu banyak kerja. Awal-awal, this is like going back 10 years lah. And then we retrain ourselves, retrain. Any adverse event, you tak batuk, tiba-tiba you makan ubat, you start batuk. Pun you kena report. Ada satu study drug tu, apa nama dia? Injectable dalam perut. Aluricumab. Monoclonal antibody untuk rendahkan kolesterol. Ada seorang pakcik Cina ni 70 years old. Oi, doktor, baguslah ubat you ni. Kenapa doktor? Kenapa pakcik? Saya pakai ni ubat, rambut saya banyak. Tak ada pun dalam you punya risk meter. More hair. I'm happy. Bagilah lagi. Okay, no problem. Tapi the thing is, bila berlaku macam tu, kita kena report juga. Even though it's a positive finding. Kan, orang suka. Tapi it's lari daripada benda yang kita expect. Adverse event. Kena bagi tahu. What is severe adverse event? These are the criteria lah. Benda-benda yang permanent, yang boleh mati, congenital defect dan sebagainya. Yang tu kena hafal. Kalau you jumpa je severe adverse event, SAE, 24 hours you tak report, mati you. Wajib Very important. Internet ada ke tak ada ke, you kena find a way to report it within 24 hours. Kalau tak, major deviation daripada protokol, susah. There goes your trust. Every delay in SAE reporting, sponsor akan dapat tahu, CRO akan tahu, sponsor akan dapat tahu. Dia ada percentage dia. Dia nak tahu kenapa lambat report SAE itu. Dia akan terus investigate. SAE ini berlaku seminggu lepas. Kenapa baru sekarang you report? Boom, terus buka folder. Kena audit. Standard macam tu lah. So it's quite important. Very, very important. Alright. Okay, these are just some of the system. Okay. Mari kita baca bersama-sama. Ubat, katalah ubat ni ubat untuk ubat lemah jantung. Ya. Normal potassium 5. Patient tu ambil ubat tu, lepas tu dia present ke hospital tempat lain sebab dia batuk dan demam. Ya. Masa dia batuk dan demam tu, doktor kat sana cakap, okey, potassium dia 6. Tinggilah kan? Bila makcik tu datang balik ke monitoring visit, dia sebut, saya masuk hospital 2 minggu lepas, saya demam. Lepas tu doktor tu tahan. Kena report. Nombor 2, apa lagi doktor dia cakap? Oh, dia kata darah saya lari sikit, potasium saya tinggi. Kena report. Dah lah kena report. Kena cari balik medical note daripada hospital yang datang daripada tempat lain tu, contact dengan medical officer, download semua discharge summary tu. Dan kita baca balik, kita adjudicate balik, kita report semua tu. Okay. Adakah itu adverse event? Severe adverse event. Dr. Muzamil, gurau. Is it an AE or an SAE? SAE? AE? Dia tak mati. Dia tak permanent. Dia tak ada congenital masalah. Dia tak recurring. So it's an adverse event. Adverse event. Severe adverse event, mati, confirm. Masuk hospital, comatose, confirm. Permanent disability, tak boleh jalan, stroke, confirm. Okay? Hilang buah pinggang, confirm. Severe adverse event. Those are the things that you have to pick up. Severe adverse, 24 hours. Sometimes patient tu mati kat tempat lain, you tak dapat pick up pun. Sebab dia not within the monitoring visit. Tapi you pick up later. The minute you tahu, you still get the report. Okay? Whatever it is, kalau you have any doubt, report. Then you tak ada masalah. Tapi isu dia, bila nak buat reporting, panjang dalam sistem tu. Klik. Satu AE reporting berapa lama Nuzah? Yang ni semalam 2 jam tak? Lama lah sikit kan. Dia macam tu. Okay, kita baca ni sekejap. And then kita boleh decide ni AE atau SAE. Mari ramai-ramai. Tahun 2023 ni ubat lemah jantung kan, Victor kan. So patient ni makan ubat untuk lemah jantung, masuk hospital lain sebab ada ulcer kat kaki. treated for the ulcer kat kaki. Ada sesak nafas sikit, buat ECG orang tu kata tak normal sikit, darah dia pun tak normal sikit, ada diagnosis of type 2 MI daripada hospital lain. Okay, and then dia sihat, dia boleh sambung dengan ubat dia. And then bila datang monitoring visit, dia okay, tak ada permanent disability atau anything else. Ubat dia kita sambung. AE atau SAE? Sakit jantung, myocardial infarction. Siapa nak lapor? Siapa tak nak lapor? Kita semua lapor Yang ni kita kena lapor. Okay, minimum pun adverse event. Sebab dia tengok ubat apa sebenarnya. Okay? Tapi bila dia kena sakit jantung, stroke atau rosak buah pinggang, usually is a severe adverse event. Okay? Belah kiri ni kelakar sikit, belah kanan ni kelakar sikit. Pakcik tua makan ubat lemah jantung. Ubat ni nama dia Berchugat. Dia improve cardiac cell function. Therefore jantung tu boleh pump dengan lebih kuat. Sepatutnya bila dia dapat ubat tu dia better lah. Malang ni yang masuk dalam study ni semua orang yang dah lemah jantung. Ejection fraction dia 30%. Dia dah memang sakit lah. So sebenarnya dalam group study ni pun memang ramai yang mati. So bila kita publish paper ni, bila diorang publish paper ni, dia tak nampak banyak sangat perbezaan. Sebab group tu dah memang group orang-orang sakit. Ubat tu tak dapat mengubah trajectory orang tu. Tapi dalam cerita ni, kita try contact dia. Bukan tak cuba, banyak kali. And then rupa-rupanya dia dah mati. Okay, mati satu. Dia bukan mati kat Malaysia, dia mati kat tempat lain. Sudah, mana yang dapat medical note? Whatever it is, lapor dulu. And then usahakan nak dapat medical note tu. Then you have to write. Kalau mati negara lain, write to the embassy, write to the hospital, write. And then bagi tu sponsor, we are trying. And then usually sponsor akan turun, dia akan bantu you juga. Oh, okay, we'll help you. We contact. Dia tengok network dia. Sebab it's their responsibility to make sure that the patient is safe. Dia nak tahu kenapa orang tu mati. It's our responsibility to make sure that the patient is safe. Kita nak tahu kenapa orang tu mati. Sebab tu patient kita. Okay, and the sponsor will also be affected. From an ethic board, they want to know kalau patient tu mati. Kenapa? Did the sponsor mess up? Because they have to stop the trial for the whole country. So bila jadi keadaan macam tu, bila ada orang kena SAE, cerita dia jadi panjang dan lebar. Yang ni yang jadi leceh. Ni pasal orang tak nak lapor SAE. So you kena buat banyak step laporan. Tapi ni wajib. You tak boleh elak. You have to do it. Okay? You kena tulis kepada chairman of the ethics committee. Sipulan-sipulan masuk sebab kena stroke. Dia sakit. Lepas tu kita dapat darah dia macam ni. Kita dah rawat dia macam ni. Lepas tu dia sihat balik. Jadi kita decide dia boleh sambung dengan ubat, for example. Atau kita decide actually tak selamat untuk ubat ni bagi kat dia sebab side effect ubat ni pendarahan, yang dia dapat pendarahan kita suspect mungkin dia dapat study drug. Sebab kita blinded, dia tak tahu pun. So kita stop study drug. Ada juga keadaan yang kita buat macam tu. Lepas tu nanti RC akan hantar balik surat. Noted. Gurau RC. Tak, RC is very good. Okay, okay, here's another example lah of an SAE event. Ubat ni ubat yang Prof. Rohana cakap tadi, ubat kurus, semaglutide injectable. Patient ni tak ada kencing manis pun, dia dah tua tapi ada masalah jantung, dan kita bagi dia ubat kurus, semaglutide, cucuk seminggu sekali. Happy dia dapat ubat ni, memang dia kurus. Walaupun kita tak tahu dia ubat aktif atau tak aktif, tapi dia still kurus. Kita ingat dia kurus sebab dia makan ubat. Rupanya dia kurus sebab kena cancer. Seperti yang you boleh baca dalam cerita ni lah. Kan? Is this an AE? Is this an SAE? Should the person continue makan ubat? Okay. Should the person continue makan ubat requires deliberation. Because you have to go through the thought process. Ubat tu memang apa tu boleh menyebabkan kanser ni ke? Is that known? You have to ask the sponsor and then they have to go through the drug safety monitoring. Dia tengok the whole country, 6,000 orang ke yang masuk dalam study dia, berapa banyak ada cancer warning ni. Kalau dia kata, actually ada, kena stop. Kalau dia kata, actually tak ada, terpulanglah pada investigator nak sambung atau tidak. I still don't know sama ada dia aktif ataupun placebo. Dan kita discuss balik dengan patient. Uncle, you ada cancer. Ubat ni so far tak ada yang menyebabkan cancer. You rasa you nak ambil ke tak nak? Tapi saya kurus doktor. Tapi mungkin cancer doktor. Uncle, tapi saya kurus, saya rasa saya nak sambung. Mungkin dia cakap macam tu. Atau mungkin dia cakap, tak nak lah doktor. Tak payahlah jumpa you lagi. Saya nak pergi buat chemo lagi bagus. Ada juga. So that is a conversation at a patient, healthcare provider, doctor interface. That will happen. Okay? So, in summary, there are some things in a clinical trial to maintain safety that is already designed in the system. Okay? At an execution level, from our point of view, patient relationship is paramount. Communication is key. Fast communication, even better. Fast communication increases healthcare provider stress. Pening kepala pun dapat, cerit-berit pun dapat, gatal pun dapat, kaki ada ruang pun dapat, macam-macam you dapat. It's how you manage your patient-doctor relationship yang akan membantu you untuk kawal you punya stress. Proses reporting tu kena mantap. Kalau jumpa adverse event, you kena report. And that culture has to be embedded in the whole system. Bukan sahaja seorang buat macam ni, yang lain tak nak buat. Tak boleh. It has to be known that kalau jumpa AE, you have to report it. Kalau jumpa SAE, you have to report it. Communication dengan sponsor, even more important. Sebab any discrepancy, kita kat site ni, bila kita jaga banyak study, sometimes kita tak tahu the true detail of that study. Ada side effect yang kita tak nampak, yang sponsor atau central yang tahu, and they are the one that can decide on a lot of this thing. Saja nak tak gambar ni kan, saya doktor jantung. Tapi bila kita decide to do a procedure on a patient, remembering that the patient is lying there, that's one doctor, two doctor, three doctor, one nurse to deal with one patient. Yang operate satu je, tapi yang backup dia 2-3 orang. Kenapa? It's a shared decision making process. And when it comes to a complex case, you have to have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, Y, Z. Sampaikan kalau bilik OT ni tak ada electricity, kita nak buat apa? Has happened dekat asal. Tengok operate, mesin tu mati sebab dia punya battery pack habis. Tergantung kerja. Patient on table, ada wire dan sebagainya. Jenuh lah kita. So all those things kena ada dalam kepala you. So when you are dealing with a clinical trial, you are dealing with the same thing. You are dealing with a patient, you have to have multiple mitigation plan, multiple processes in check. You try to adhere to as much as possible. Now clinical trial is very robust, very strict. Kalau ada lari sikit, you will be flagged on. And if you get too many flags, then it ruins your center's reputation, and it will be a lot harder for you to conduct the next clinical trial. Okay? Okay, thank you very much for paying attention and not falling asleep. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Azli, for sharing the practical insight on safety monitoring. Any questions from the floor? Anyone? Okay, I would like to invite Dr. Amizon Azizan, Head of Ethics and Publication Unit, to present a token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Sazli Shahlan Kasim.
Assalamualaikum. Saya ada satu komen. Dia bukan ubat kurus. Itu saja komen. Thank you.
Our final speaker, sebenarnya our final session before lunch ni, kita we bring a focus on integral role of pharmacists in the research ecosystem. So our final speaker is Dr. Nur Kasihan Ibrahim. Dr. Nur Kasihan is a principal lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy UiTM with 18 years of experience as clinical pharmacist, with the Ministry of Health and a PhD in renal pharmacy and medication safety from University College London. She will elaborate on the pharmacist's role in strengthening safety monitoring and risk mitigation in clinical research CTIIR. Please welcome Dr. Nur Kasihan Ibrahim.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon, everybody. So while our technical team is settling some technicality, I think I would just proceed with the introduction of my talk. First and foremost, thank you for still being at your table, okay, for still being in the hall. My talk today is basically not to aim as pharmacists as the center of clinical research or whatsoever. It's okay? All right then, thank you. Okay, let me just try here. Kat mana? Sini. Okay. So basically, let's have let's set the scene. There are 2 points that I would like to highlight. Number one, clinical research, regardless whether sponsored or investigator-initiated, it is a team effort. And number two, having a multidisciplinary collaboration that include pharmacists would enhance the safety initiative, particularly for the investigator-initiated research. And why we are focusing on IIRs, just as how we have learned from our previous adamant speakers earlier on, IIRs is because they usually operate with a limited resources where most of the responsibility are heavily dependent on the principal investigator. Okay, so when pharmacists participate in a research team, it does not eliminate any particular role of existing members, and it does not supposed to add any extra work. But instead, having a pharmacist in your team would complement with the medication-focused expertise. So ladies and gentlemen, these areas are usually responsible for the IIR safety deviations in most of the situation. Therefore, for us to understand how, why and how this multidisciplinary collaboration, including pharmacists, can be included, we will cover 3 points. Number one is what are the IIR safety vulnerabilities. Number two is how pharmacists can add value to their research team for clinical trials. And number three is how to design a safety mitigation protocol. So if you stay with me until the end of the session, I would share with you a template that IIR principal investigators and team member can use basically to start off with your mitigation strategy. Okay. Right, so okay. If you're ready, let's start with the first part of my presentation. So the International Council for Harmonization guideline has 4 foundations for a quality clinical research. In our discussion today, perhaps the CTQS and the RBQM would be most relevant because pharmacists map naturally into these 2 elements based on their professional trainings. Okay. And to understand this further, let's look at the safety elements in clinical trials, regardless ISR or IIR. So when we say safety monitoring, this refers to detecting any harm at an early stage. It's already there, but then we manage to capture it early. Number 2, when we say risk mitigation, it refers to preventing the harm before it even occurs, before it even appears. Right? And for the RBM, this is about allocating whatever resources we have within that limited situation, focusing on what actually matters most. All right. So moving forward to that, we often observe that even though the risk domains for both types of clinical trials are quite similar, however, how the response towards those risks are different. For ISR, the response are more proactive, preventive, okay? However, in IIR, the response are more reactive, which we more do correction after things have been, after events had occurred. One of the potential reason is because in industrial research, of course, in ISR, safety is not only controlled, there are very tight audits and monitoring continuously as compared to the IIR. So it comes to a question which I leave to you to answer with your research team, whether for IIR there need to be a different approach of safety measures. Okay. Now, moving forward, we have also learned quite extensively from the previous speakers about these three definitions. What I will be explaining to you is about the reporting part of it, okay? Let's look one by one. If you look here, there are three examples of a casebook, textbook cases, okay, which explain why adverse events has to be recorded even though it may seem not to be related to the investigational product. So these are the events that were example of events that were documented from a multi-center study using insulin. So at first, these three events were not reported as adverse events, but it was recorded in the CRF. So when we did the RBM, it found out that these type of reports are actually a trigger factor, a trigger alert that deals with potential of hypoglycemia due to intolerable insulin dose. So now this event is no longer as an event, it is now categorized as an ADR. Okay, so this is the reason why, even though we think that that event may not be related to the investigational product, it has to be recorded as well. So what do we do with these events? If most of the time, for postgraduate students or other healthcare providers, you may be doing this research at a hospital facility, for example, in the Ministry of Health. Common AEs can be reported as how in the clinical setting where you can report to the NPRA as an ADR, and there's a form there. And other than the form, you can also report during for the pharmacy information system, online web. And if you want to know more information, it can be obtained through the link that I shared. So I'm sharing you this because later you're going to see how pharmacists' role can strengthen your research team. The other one is serious adverse event, anything that is serious, death, hospitalization, prolonged stay at the hospital, and so on. So who determines whether this is a serious adverse event in IIR? Who would determine it? So basically in ISR, all these criteria will be spelled out in the research protocol, but for IIR, there's no hard and fast rule because the events of seriousness other than this criteria will heavily determined by the principal investigator. Okay, and then we also have SUSAR, which are most likely not seen in IIR because in IIR, most of our drugs are already registered. Okay, but I'm just putting here because we receive a lot of questions from young researchers who are doing IIR, whether they should prepare a database for SUSAR. Okay, basically for IIR, you may be wanting to look at the AE and the SAE. So in the NPRA website, for SAE, if you are at the hospital, Ministry of Health, yep, there is a requirement to report to your research ethics of the hospital or those that give you the approval. But for UITM, I'm sorry with my slides, I think it's going automatically. Just bear with me. And then for UITM, we have our REC 6 form that you can utilize, okay? And if you are dealing with SUSAR, I'm just putting it there. If in case that one day you're going to be involved in ISR, there is also a specific requirement for reporting. So, therefore, the myth that says PI can manage all the medication tasks, well, yes, but additional help would make it even easier and better, because most of the system-level safety risks were frequently missed or unreported. And for IIR, it's difficult for us to maintain a trial ADR database, okay? And even though IIR are low risk for some, depending on the IP that you are using, we also have to know that most of the time, the medication deviations would dominate the failure of following the protocols in IIR. I will tell you some examples towards the end of my presentation, okay? Now, let's look at how actually pharmacists can contribute. Pharmacists' contribution can come in 3 layers at the designing of the prevention. So basically, we design our protocol to mitigate risk, even at the beginning of the research. Then, we look into the detection, lastly, at the response system. The one that I highlighted yellow would be the role that majority of researchers would already encounter with the pharmacist role, which is the IP stewardship. But now we want to elaborate on this. Other than IP stewardship, the role of pharmacists can also strengthen your research team through these 3 layers of a process. When we look into the specific task that can be shared with the pharmacy expertise, this would involve strengthening the design of the protocol to safeguard any risk, support in the ethical and regulatory compliance, IMP stewardship, from receiving until disposal of the medicinal products, improve in the adverse event reporting, as well as risk management and CAPA. Okay, so let's look here. There may not be many studies that would published on the qualitatively or quantitatively of the safety data at before or after having in pharmacies. Most of this research are reported as a case study, okay? But I would like to share with you some of the report that we managed to find on the global evidence of pharmacists in reducing risk in clinical trials. So let's look at 2 of the example. One is in Korea, where a review analysis of almost 12,000 oncology clinical trial IP prescription in both type of trial over 16 months, the PI observed that there were recurrent deviation in the IP prescription, okay? And this has increased the risk of patient harm and protocol deviation. So if you look at the blue bar on your left-hand side, so these are the deviations that the research team has identified, and the colorful boxes would be the intervention that was introduced when they bring in a pharmacist as a team member. So there were a lot of intervention, for example, IP order, counter check. There was introduce of standardized hospital order templates, especially for hospitals with IT. So the pharmacy department can actually create a tab for the investigator to choose rather than one personal drugs individually, okay? So as an overall, the pharmacist involvement in the team to mitigate this risk has reduced prescribing errors over these 12,000 prescriptions. Right, another study was in France, where the Oncology Center conducted a clinical study measuring study drug exposure in women with metastatic breast cancer. So palbociclib is heavily metabolized by the liver enzyme, okay? So what happened was, this was an IIR, there were fluctuation of the TDM level. And upon investigation, one of the potential cause would be because there was no drug-drug interaction done at the recruitment, okay? So what happened when we engage into the with the pharmacist, we can offer you extensive medication history, expertise, drug-drug interaction screening, and also TDM monitoring for drugs that may require, that are sensitive to pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamic changes. Okay, so overall in France, when they have engaged with the pharmacists, we managed to prevent toxicity through recorded in the CRF. So remember when I told you that generally IIR tend to be less risky. Yes, by general, but it depends on what type of IP that you are dealing with. So if you're dealing with the IP at the green and above red zone, it is high risk of patient safety. Sometimes the safety is not only to the patient, the safety is also to safeguard the investigator or the technicians who are dealing with the drugs as well, okay? And if you are dealing with elements which are at the green zone and below, so this would be the lower risk for both patients and also staff. Okay, so when we talk about IMP or investigational medicine stewardship cycle, all those drugs in the zone between yellow to green to red, just now that I showed you, this is the cycle of the IMP stewardship. So when I was given the task many years ago to manage IMP stewardship at the Ministry of Health Hospital, we found out that there are a lot of variability between how investigators manage their investigational products. Some of the investigational products are kept at the pharmacy, dispensed as of standard care, where patients, study patients are also given medication counseling and also explain about the risk of side effects and all. Some medicational products are kept at the doctor's clinic or perhaps with the nursing station, okay? So there were variability on how the temperature was being managed, how it was disposed, how the in-out and FIFO standard was being imposed, okay? So because of that, there was a need at that particular time to design an IIR risk monitoring protocol. So what I want to share with you now is how can IIR team develop your own risk monitoring protocol. Okay, so this is what I managed to do when I was practicing in the Ministry of Health. We come out with, these are the, I'm going to share with you a skeleton and an example that you can apply at your particular level. Basically, there are 9 subsections where there is a risk register. 2 will be more extensive with the safety monitoring plan and the RBM table. I would suggest you use Excel for the RBM table because it's usually dynamic. Okay, so who would benefit most from this risk monitoring protocol? It would be the PI for IIRs. When you don't have the brochure or the protocol from the any sponsors, we have to develop our own. For young clinicians or postgraduate students or young researcher, having a protocol would be something a bit challenging because we want to know whether do we cover all the risk factor involved. So this risk monitoring protocol can be the appendix to your study or research protocol. So let's look at an example. This is an easy example of a research that wants to look at the effect of high dose vitamin D, high dose of cholecalciferol on vitamin D status and mineral metabolism, in hemodialysis patient. Okay, so the aim of the study was to improve on vitamin D status and clinical outcomes, where interventional group were given 500,000 IU vitamin D weekly for 6 months, and the control was given a placebo for 6 months. And the procedures involve regular monitoring of various clinical parameters. They also ask quality of life questions and pill count. And those are the safety risks that the PI identified. Okay, so let's look at how we can use this. Okay, so basically, this is the trial. As the main PI, the safety risk has to be sought out, tabled out prior to the trial itself. So for this particular example, the risk of overdose or suboptimal dose of the vitamin D, those are the potential clinical effects. Non-adherence to the vitamin D that we prescribe, because the patient would need to take it at home, and it's a weekly dose. They are most likely that the patient would just forget taking it. Okay, and IP handling options. Sometimes for IIR research, the drugs, for those which are not sponsored, the drugs could use what is available in the hospital, right? So if you don't have a pharmacist, or if you did not alert the pharmacist, for hospital, we buy by tender. So whatever drugs that come in generically, more cost effective, would come into our stock. So for clinicians who are doing IIRs using drugs which are already available in the hospital, if you don't alert us about this, there could be some variability in the brand that we use. So we want to control this, okay? So when you tell us early, we may not be able to promise you, but we could mitigate the risk of changing brands or reserve for you a certain brand that you would like to use for your research. Okay, that can be discussed. Okay, right. So this is the risk register. So basically, the PI should. Why is it not showing? No wonder you guys are looking at me. I was showing something else, please. This should be going to the paperwork that I'm showing. Yeah. Yeah, it has on my view, but not on the audience view.
Oh, ni kalau ini control duplicate jap. Wei, mana dia punya? Okay, kita duplicate kejap.
Okay.
Nanti saya ni balik.
So if I want to go back to my slide, I just click my slide.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So basically on the first column, here are the risks that the team have already pre-identified. The potential causes that would lead that risk to happen. What would be the safety impact on patients or the staff handling such medication? What is the team strategy to reduce the risk or to mitigate this risk from happening? What are the monitoring indicators? And owner is basically the responsibility. Who will be doing what throughout the project? Okay, so this is very important. Next is the safety monitoring plan. So this is the one that would make everybody in the research team to talk with the same language when we want to look into the risk mitigation. First is the who will this protocol applies to. The sponsors for IIR will be the PI, him or herself. So that's why it can be a heavy burden for them. Insurance coverage, if relevant. Prof. Izwan has already mentioned this earlier on. And the key safety rules. Well, to conduct the research, you already have the research procedure. So that one is clinical wise. But when it comes into risk mitigation, who will do what is a different set of role. For example, in safety roles, the PI in this particular case will look into the overall safety and make the final decision on changes to the protocol or dose handling. Okay. For the co-investigator, would look at the clinical management, support with clinical parameters. For the pharmacist, this would look into the IMP stewardship together with the adverse event reporting and CAPA, right? And the study nurse will look into the AE collection, lab scheduling, patient education, data cleaning, and also documentation. So out of all these, when you have a strong role already embedded with proper training, of course, so inshallah, your trial will run smooth, because when things happen, you would know who to do what. Next is the safety risk and clinical parameters, where your research team should know when to anticipate and what would be the parameters to confirm any actions needed. Okay, so for safety risk in this particular case, the pharmacist will look into the adherence through pill counting, if you want it to be part of your protocol, okay, and also concurrent medications relevant to this vitamin D, if there is any interaction or any drug that can actually affect the parameters that we want to look. Okay. Next is the AEs. How the PI and the team want to define it, which one to report, and whether you want to have an in-house database. Okay, so in this case, if it is just an AE, well, have into the trial database. As AE, the principal investigator will have the final say to look at the level of severity and whether you can start the REC notification for UITM's REC6 form. Okay, SUSAR may not be related, okay, but I'm just put it there to tell you, SUSAR is mostly industry research because it is involve non-registered products yet. Another one is if there are any medication errors. So if there are any medication errors, do you want to have a database or you want to report to the MERS database? Okay. And so on and so forth when you look into how you want to handle the IP. And lastly is the RBM table. So this is the RBM table that I would suggest you use Excel for presentation purposes. I use words. So for IBM table, you will have the parameter, safety parameter, the trigger threshold. This is very helpful because the principal investigator will already leave or give the other research team member an objective and clear parameters when to take action and when they should notify the PI, okay? And what actions should be taken, who will be doing it, and what is the time frame for the red alert, okay? So basically, we can use this as a template for IIR risk monitoring protocols, okay? Yeah, Yanika? Oh, sorry. Dia nak habis dah. Sini je. Okay. All right. So this is another example of what we can do to fill up the expected role of pharmacists that you would like to have in your research team. Can this be enlarged? Okay, that's it. So I would like to give credit to the Pharmacy Department, Hospital Kuala Lumpur, okay, for willing to give us a copy of this form to be shared in this platform, okay? Right, so even though this is ISR, because they handle a lot of ISR, but we can also use this template if you want to look into, you want to use it for IIR research. So if you have this template, basically the pharmacy would be informed who would be the main, the person in charge, yeah? The principal investigator, who is the study coordinator, whether there are any sponsors, number of subject, and how long does this particular clinician wants to have this IIR going on, okay? And which department will be involved, okay? The second section is the pharmacist-related matters. So you look here, this is the specific task that would be requested by the PI. So do you want the pharmacist to do a full IP stewardship or you have already delegated that to your research nurse, but you want the pharmacist to support halfway of the IP stewardship process. So basically, mostly for IIR that involve oncology drugs, the team would like the dedicated pharmacists, GCP, and competency-trained aseptic dispensing and compounding to be part of the reconstitution team for the particular drugs, okay? And whether do you want the pharmacist to also provide dispensing, counseling, okay? Storage and temperature, or other things that are very niche or particular to your study, all right? And when you talk about pharmacist personnel involvement, do you want clinical pharmacists to oversee everything, or you want a competent staff with particular training of some technicality? For example, compounding for your TPN, for your reconstitution, okay? So that has to be spelled out because you want to minimize any variabilities in your production. Okay, and what is the formulation of the IP that we are dealing with? Next, you can also look into the IP storage. Is there any need that you want the pharmacist to look into your storage condition, especially if these drugs are to be kept at the pharmacy premise? Okay, details of your aseptic compounding, if related. And another one is the supplemental drug list. So supplemental drug, they are not the IP, but they are the drugs that you may need to be used together with the IP. So for example, this is about an oncology drug, chemotherapy. So you will need it to be complemented with your antiemetics. So where does that antiemetic come from in your particular study? Are you going to purchase it your own, or you're going to use readily available in the hospital formulary? Is there any specific brands that are particular to you, or you just want to have it as a standard care, whatever that comes in? Okay? All right. And of course, lastly is the disposal. So where will your IP be kept while waiting for collection, or are you planning to have it discard as the common pool of the pharmaceuticals in the hospital? Okay. Right. So this is an example of what happened previously. We had a lot of trials using fridge items. Okay. So trial drugs which are requiring cold chain at one particular time were kept by individual PI team in various places in the hospital. Okay, so they are kept at the CRC unit, they are kept at the ward, at the clinics. So there was one incident that happened, the electric trip. So when there is an electric trip, what is the contingency plan of the research team to save your IP at your particular place? Okay, so that's why this workflow was conducted, where the pharmacy may not be able to keep all the drugs at that particular time. So you have to book a system where after once research is completed, the next IP can come in, because we have one dedicated or two dedicated fridge khusus for IP products. So, but for drugs that has to be kept outside the pharmacy, so basically the center or the institution can come out with a standardized workflow. There can be a standard notification system, who to notify. So when you come to the pharmacy to notify, you see here the pharmacy will straight away look for contingency space. So where will that space be? Well, that will be determined by the hospital team. Where can they find an alternative place to store this? And in fact, how to transport from the clinic to that particular fridge is also a concern. Okay, whether the hospital want to invest on a big ice box or a mobile fridge while this is happening. Okay, so for future recommendations, perhaps you can create a standardized SAE reporting pathways for IIRs to streamline communication with the REC. We would encourage more investigators to make use of the REC 6 form, and at the same time have your ADR database or AE database for self-monitoring, okay? And strengthen the investigators' competency in safety assessment, risk mitigation. So perhaps future continuous education by our REC can focus on this, open not only for pharmacists, of course, for all researchers, so that the culture of risk mitigation is embedded in UITM clinical trials, and build a support system that highlight multidisciplinary collaboration. Okay? Okay, so in conclusion, safety in investigator-initiated research must be proactive. It has to be designed in your protocol. Pharmacists, we don't replace anyone. We are here to strengthen the system. And of course, having a safer IIR means we have a safer or a better quality research in our institution. So with that, I leave you with this quote. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank Dr. Nurkasihan for her detailed perspective on the pharmacist's contribution to patient safety. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rohana Abdul Ghani to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Nurkasihan Ibrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our formal morning session. We would like to invite everyone to stay for the sponsored lunch talk, courtesy of Novo Nordisk Pharma Malaysia. During this time, please enjoy your lunch while we listen to our final presentation for the day. It is our great pleasure to re-invite Prof. Rohana Abdul Ghani to deliver the final topic on revolutionizing CKM outcomes pathway to better patient care. Makanan semua dah ada kat belakang. Kita boleh dengar sambil makan. Boleh. So, boleh kita ambil makanan dulu. Sementara tunggu Prof nak set up dia punya talk.
Assalamualaikum, very good afternoon. I'm going to try to keep this very, very short, but please, by all means, continue on your lunch. I hope it is a pleasant one. Is it nice? Okay, a bit masin, I thought. But anyway, Novo Nordisk Malaysia has been our industry partner for like forever, right? Because it's a symbiotic relationship that we have with them, that we do a lot of trials with them. And as I mentioned to you earlier in the first few talks, that Malaysia has been one of the sites, has been recognized as being very productive and effective. We keep our adverse events reporting very good. We have no issues, we have no major issues in terms of our blood collection, seeing patients, etc. And in return, Novo Nordisk has been very, very generous in terms of providing research grants to our centers. And that also goes to a very long time when I was working in UKM as well. So I would like to introduce to you one of the key products of Novo Nordisk, which is semaglutide. I've been talking about myself and Prof. Sazli. And with that, I just want to point out, it's not about kurus lah. Okay, so it's not. Because it has many other benefits, as I had mentioned to you earlier. But firstly, I talked a lot about obesity earlier, but I do want to emphasize on diabetes this time round. Okay, so diabetes is very much prominent, as you know, in Malaysia. Approximately 1 in 5 of our of our adults are currently diabetic, and that is a huge, big prevalence. But what is also most alarming to us is the increasing prevalence worldwide. It's associated with many complications. But what is also what I want to highlight, unfortunately, the projection is not very clear. But I want to highlight to you, in Africa, there is an estimated 142% increase. We are in Southeast Asia. We have a 73% increase within the next few decades or so, next few quarterly decades or so. But the data that we have locally also provides the same. This is our National Diabetes Registry. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, and the slides did not come out very well, but I'll try to explain to you what's happening here. The Diabetes Registry of Ministry of Health actually was extrapolated from data from the primary care. So these are generally patients with early diagnosis or short-term duration of diabetes, not much complication compared to the ones that we see in HASA and other tertiary hospitals. But what is also very, very obvious is among those patients with diabetes, they have concurrent problems of hypertension, almost 80% of them, or 80% of them, dyslipidemia, about 75%, and also worrying, as I mentioned earlier, about obesity, the link between diabetes and obesity, 84% of them are indeed obese. So in simple terms, 8 out of 10 patients, diabetic patients in our primary care clinics are obese. So the link between diabetes and obesity comes across many, many organs. And among them is this new terminology that has been recognized and is increasingly recognized, this chronic cardio-kidney metabolic diseases, which is a complex interlinked pathophysiological process that they share between these conditions. And it starts with adiposity, again, emphasizing the fact that obesity is a disease because the excess adiposity is associated with chronic inflammation and a decline in metabolic health, which leads to adiposity and insulin resistance, promoting hypertension and dyslipidemia. So it's the inflammation from the obesity that really pushes someone to become within the abnormal range of hypertension and dyslipidemia and type 2 diabetes as well, which later on lead to other problems like chronic kidney disease, fatty liver disease, ischemic heart disease, and stroke, for example, cardiovascular disease and peripheral arterial disease. So again, it starts with this, and if I can just simplify it for you, it starts with this, it leads to insulin resistance, inflammation, oxidative stress, and vascular dysfunction, leading to diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and this terminology that I'm sure all of you are familiar with, which is metabolic syndrome. And from there, it affects the heart in many ways, including fibrosis, heart failure, and cardiac dysfunction. Also affects the kidneys in terms of hardening of the kidneys, worsening proteinuria, etc., and causing hypertension. So this is where it overlies. But as well as that, what I do want to emphasize also is the chronic progressive nature of cardiorenal metabolic syndrome. When it starts with overweight and obesity and hypertension, dyslipidemia, and also smoker, and it increases the risk of heart diseases, going on to cardiorenal and complications here. And it really is followed by the albuminuria, which is leaking of albumin in the urine, and LV dysfunction, which is the thickening of the heart muscle wall. And however, the treatment can be at every stage, which is lifestyle intervention and weight loss, glycemic control and BP and lipid control, as well as cardiorenal protective drugs. And this is the emphasis here. This is the highlight. The spotlight goes on these protective drugs, which precisely simplifies as ubat kurus, which is not. So it's actually a cardiorenal protective medications, okay? Right, so the National Hemomobility Survey I mentioned to you earlier told us this. Again, approximately 15.6% or 1 in every 6 adults in Malaysia have diabetes now, which is a slightly improvement. In 2019, it was 1 in 5, and currently it's 1 in 6. But we should not be lulled into thinking that we are doing well. Because essentially, as I also highlighted to you earlier, is that the undiagnosed or unknown diabetics that really we should be concerned about in terms of this amount of proportion to approximately 3 in 4 of patients and young adults not knowing that they have diabetes. This Target T2D was one of the studies that we did in UiTM. It's a multi-center clinical trial, observational clinical trial that involves many other centers as well in Ministry of Health. We managed to recruit for about more than 5,000 patients with a median age of approximately 60 years old, with a duration of diabetes of approximately 15 years, which is long-standing diabetes. You expect them to have complications. We had 3 Ministry of Higher Education centers, UKM, and UiTM, and 5 Ministry of Health clinics. And what the study found was that 70% of people with type 2 diabetes fail to achieve HbA1c target of 7%. Okay, whereas HbA1 target in Malaysia is actually 6.5%. We loosened that, we said 7%, and yet 70% did not achieve that target. Approximately 80% had a BMI more than 25, so again, very similar to the National Diabetes Registry with their primary care. So this is tertiary care, by the way. And 1 in 3 people with type 2 diabetes have underlying atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and a third of our type 2 diabetic patients have CKD stage 3 and below. Okay, or worse. So this is also significant because this is stage 3, and they usually, if you look at the trajectory of chronic kidney disease, they go very slow, and after that, at some point, they go really, the inclination is quite steep, meaning they lose the kidney function very rapidly. So in terms of medical costs, I just want to get you to think while you're having your lunch there, okay, So just think about what is the cost of type 2 diabetes and its complications. So the cost is not really the medication. The cost is what happens in another 5 or 10 years' time. When they have underlying heart disease, they need stent, they need CABG, they need a dialysis for patients with chronic kidney disease, they need amputation, they need prostheses when they have amputated limbs, etc. So these are the burden. This is the burden of the disease, and not while it hasn't developed yet. So total cost of diabetes is approximately 1.4 billion per year, of which approximately 70% is the cost of complications, right? Okay, so this is very robust data that has showcased this and highlighted this. It's just a matter of whether our policymakers are willing to look at it or not. And looking at nephropathy, that constitutes the biggest amount. And as a matter of fact, Malaysia has been the highest number of patients on dialysis secondary to type 2 diabetes in the world for many years, until 3 years ago when they're overtaken by Turkey. But, so that's where we stand. So estimated annual cost per person per year, if you can't see it from the back, the first one is myocardial infarction, stroke, heart failure, ischemic heart disease. So what is this with the highest bar? Which one? Those of you at the back, which one? If you can guess, you can't see it, what do you think it is? Renal failure, right? So renal failure is the main cause compared to others. And in terms of this, the yellow one is investigation and procedure, outpatient, which really is about dialysis. So the trend of obesity and abdominal adiposity in Malaysia is increasing, as I mentioned earlier. I'm just going to pass through this very quickly. So this is where the ubat kurus comes in. Okay, so ubat kurus. So we talk about this ubat kurus. So again, this is the GLP-1 receptor agonist that I have been talking about, and in particular, we are talking about semaglutide. So semaglutide has the biggest comprehensive evidence-based data on its use in terms of all these efficacy outcomes that I'm going to share with you. Right, and it has been put into the ADA guideline in terms of diabetes management, as part of diabetes management as well as obesity. However, of note, what is available now in Malaysia is semaglutide 1 milligram weekly. The indication is for type 2 diabetes with BMI more than 23 kilogram per meter squared. Okay, for those who have no diabetes, the indication is semaglutide 2.4 milligram weekly, which has not arrived in Malaysia yet, and that will only come next year, beginning of next year or early next year. Okay, so in terms of, however, from the data set that we have so far globally, unfortunately, only 10% of type 2 diabetic patient population are currently receiving GLP-1 receptor agonists as the treatment of choice, which has proven cardiovascular benefit. And why is that, you ask me? And it is essentially because of cost. So with time, we hope that Novo Nordisk may actually revise their cost. I think they have to, because US has lowered their cost quite substantially, and until the replacement generics come in, but until then, we hope to have some. Yeah, so what are the metabolic outcomes? First and foremost, in terms of efficacy for weight loss here, okay? Efficacy for weight loss, very high, semaglutide and tirzepatide. In terms of HbA1c reduction, you can see here for monotherapy, the reduction is until approximately up to 15% with a higher dose. And also this is in combination with other, in comparison with other anti-diabetic medications, including DPP-4 inhibitors and SGLT2 inhibitors, and against placebo here. So approximately 1.3% reduction to 1.8% reduction for HbA1c, and from the data set, it has been concluded that number one, the GLP-1 is dose dependent, meaning higher dose gives you higher efficacy, and it also gives you higher HbA1c reduction with a higher baseline HbA1c. So the difference is greater in patients with a higher baseline HbA1c. Right, so it is superior to DPP-4 inhibitor, which is sitagliptin here, superior to SGLT2 in canagliflozin. It is superior to insulin, including glargine here, and more importantly, I think, versus other GLP-1 receptor agonists, as you can see, Sustain 3, Sustain 7, and Sustain 10, in comparison to the other GLP-1, except for tirzepatide, it has shown greater efficacy in terms of HbA1c reduction. Okay, so and then on top of it, as you know, patients who have because diabetes is a progressive disease, no matter what you do over time, HbA1c will creep up. Okay, so the poor patient is telling you, I'm not eating as much, I'm doing exercise the same, year in, year out, but after 5 years, 10 years, the HbA1c starts going up, and you need to escalate treatment. So this this data set shows that with the use of GLP-1, you are able to maintain the HbA1c quite stable, although it may not be going down. As a matter of fact, it may be going up a little bit with a lower dose, but you may be able to maintain the HbA1c over a longer period of time, up to 40 weeks in this data set with a higher dose of semaglutide. Right, so this is sustained and also the use of insulin. So whenever we start GLP-1, we lower the dose by 20 to 50% depending on the HbA1c and depending on whether the patient is having a lot of hypoglycemia. So as you can see here, with semaglutide 0.5 versus 1.0, the use of insulin, in patients with use of insulin, HbA1c remains quite stable over time. And I mentioned about weight. So in terms of body weight, 4 to 6.5 kilogram body weight compared to the other competitors, as mentioned earlier as well. So again, very similarly, it is dose dependent and also depends on the baseline BMI. Seems to do a lot better in patients with higher BMI at baseline. Okay, so versus dulaglutide, this is versus dulaglutide here in this various series, also seems to be more superior to dulaglutide, which is a different type of GLP-1. What about the HbA1c reduction in a meta-analysis? And by HbA1c reduction versus placebo in patients receiving metformin-based background therapy, altogether more than 300 trials, as you can see here, comparing to other competitors of diabetic medication, again, all favoring the semaglutide. Okay, so we talk about cardiovascular outcome a lot. So in this also, so I hope I have emphasized to you how important cardiovascular outcome is. Diabetic patients are very high risk of developing cardiovascular events anyway. So it is our main paramount. It is paramount for us to be able to lower that risk. So what it shows is that cardiovascular disease affects 35% of people with type 2 diabetes because of the atherosclerosis, and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease accounts for 86% of the disease burden, and also that cardiovascular disease accounts for more than half of the deaths in people with type 2 diabetes. So they don't die because of high sugar, they die because of the cardiovascular risk. But however, type 2 diabetes is a modifiable risk factor for stroke. With the lower HbA1c, you can lower this risk. And also the type 2 diabetic patients, they tend to occur, these cardiovascular events occur at a younger age group compared to non-diabetic patients. Right, so, and that is because of this atherosclerosis. So that's when the cardiologists cash in, because this is when they, talk about this blockage of vessels, and it is because of all the inflammation, keyword inflammation, that happens in type 2 diabetic patients. So even without additional risk factors, total number of cardiovascular disease events are higher in people with type 2 diabetes. So this is looking at basically, it summarizes that people with type 2 diabetes had approximately 30% higher risk of CV events compared to control. And this is an old data. I'm sure all of you know this, that diabetic patients is an equivalent of ischemic heart disease. So if someone who has ischemic heart disease versus someone who does not, so the person who have type 2 diabetes, they have a risk of having an ischemic event or cardiovascular event similar to the risk of someone who has underlying heart disease but does not have diabetes. So also the guideline, I mentioned to you our holy grail of our American Diabetes Association guideline, but as well as that, GLP-1 has entered many guidelines, including the cardiology, the American Association of European Society of Cardiology, American College of Cardiology. These are all in cardiology. So GLP-1 has been featured as the main treatment in cardiovascular risk reduction in most of the major guidelines in the world now, including also in fatty liver and also in kidney guidelines. So in terms of the reduction of cardiovascular, I mentioned here earlier in terms of weight management and HbA1c reduction, but it has also gone also to the part of reduction of cardiovascular risk, which again is the emphasis now. So in terms of the data that supports this and puts this into its place are all this data from the cardiovascular outcome trials. SUSTAIN-6 is the prominent one. Okay, so what it shows is versus placebo, significant reduction of CV death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, with a CV outcome a reduction of 26%, as I mentioned earlier, 24%, can't remember, in terms of the composite MACE, major adverse cardiovascular outcome. So this is the main one, 39% risk reduction for overall. So, and SUSTAIN-6 and PIONEER-6 are very similar. So semaglutide effects on primary and secondary CV outcome. Risk reduction MACE, very significant here, although all-cause mortality, all-cause death may not be affected. But also from PIONEER-6, all-cause death, very significant reduction in terms of all-cause death right here. Right, and also a pooled semaglutide on effects on primary and secondary CV outcomes on PIONEER-6 plus SUSTAIN overall, the green one that you can see from here, all pushing towards favoring semaglutide down here. Okay, so I'm just going to skip this. In terms of CV reduction by GLP-1 receptor agonist independent of effect on HbA1c, cardiologists like to say this, that currently they are looking at beyond HbA1c reduction and weight loss. But as endocrinologists, we still say that that is the most important aspect of cardiovascular risk reduction. Okay. Right, kidney outcome, again, as I mentioned, I hope I have emphasized to you how important kidney outcome is, not only for the mental health of the patient, for the social health of the patient, but also for the, in terms of financial burden. So these are all the exploratory kidney outcome analysis, because initially when the GLP-1 receptor agonist came out, the CVOTs were focused on cardiovascular outcome, but now it's more and more evidence to suggest that kidney outcomes are just as relevant and important. So what they show is that GLP-1 receptor agonist cardiovascular outcome trial showed a positive effect on secondary kidney outcomes. These are all the studies like ELIXA, LEADER, SUSTAIN-6 are all the GLP-1 that is currently available in the market. And it is pushing towards favoring GLP-1 receptor agonists. However, of note, the kidney outcomes at the moment, which is currently used, is doubling of serum creatinine, establishing eGFR of less than 15, or initiation of renal replacement therapy, which is towards the end of the spectrum. So the newer drugs and the newer trials now are looking at newer things, which is reduction of albuminuria and reduction of or improvement in eGFR. Slightly new. So the risk of new or worsening nephropathy was significantly reduced with semaglutide, as you can see there, with a 36% risk reduction with the use of semaglutide. So no dose adjustment required in patients with mild, moderate, or severe renal impairment, but the cutoff point is 15 eGFR of 15. As well as the semaglutide significantly has demonstrated the reduction in the rate of eGFR decline. So eGFR decline is when they start needing dialysis. So again, it is probably not possible to halt the worsening of the nephropathy totally, but it is to slow down the decline or the progression of the kidney disease. In terms of the different subtypes, so this is the part where it's very important. When do you want to advocate this very expensive drug? You want to do this on a patient who has very early CKD, when they have only very light proteinuria, mild proteinuria. This is relevant to primary care. Even when the creatinine is normal, but has significant proteinuria, this is when you want to start these medications on these patients, because it has been shown that if your UACR is less than 30, you have not much, when the CKD is heavy proteinuria is when it benefits the most. But in terms of decline, in terms of eGFR decline, it actually is most beneficial in those with early stage of the CKD. Okay, so in summary, SUSTAIN-6 provides data that shows primary outcome of CV death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, 26% risk reduction, which is very significant, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Number needed to treat to prevent one CV death or non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke is 45 for 2 years, which is again very, very remarkable. And semaglutide significantly reduces HbA1c and body weight versus placebo, with a risk of new or worsening nephropathy reduction by 36% versus placebo. So I just want to highlight, I showed to you earlier the patient that was in our clinical trial, but these are patients from my clinic itself. So Madam M is a 67-year-old retired lecturer. She has had type 2 diabetes. So obviously you can see long-standing diabetes, very high risk of 3-vessel disease since 2019 with a PCI, hypertension. So her medications were on insulin basal bolus. As you know, that is probably the cheapest one that we have available. And these were her anthropometric measurements, including BMI of 32.5 and HbA1c of 8.4%. So after struggling, and you know, when a patient is on insulin, they don't have much choice anymore on which one that they can have. So we started on oral semaglutide 3 milligram, and these were her clinical improvements. So LDL LDL 2.59 down, no, TG 2. No, I think it's LDL, sorry, down to 1.22. Her weight went down to 65, so 15.5 kilogram weight loss, achieving almost 20% weight loss. And HbA1c here, which is the most, obviously the most significant one that we want to look at, is almost reaching 2% of weight loss from HbA1c of 8.4, so 6.5. And then we managed to maintain her on semaglutide of 14 milligram. The other one is a younger patient, so 49 years old, media personnel, type 2 diabetes, not so much complications, but she had other comorbidities, including all this. And she's also, the problem is she's also an asthmatic patient. So intermittently when she has exacerbation of asthma, she's on prednisolone, she puts a little bit of weight. So that's a problem. So she was on sitagliptin metformin combination, and at that time HbA1c was 7.2%. I know it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But these are probably the kind of patients with no complications yet. That you really want to look after, and you want to make sure that they are free from complications as long as possible. But other issues that she had was that she had progressive weight gain since teenage years. So she's used to it. So she's like tak pandang dah. You know, like I'm like this, I've been like this, I'm happy. And then she's got stress at work, she has limited time for exercise, she has poorly controlled asthma. But as well as that, as they mentioned here, she's very secretive because she's a media personnel. She doesn't want people to know that she's on treatment. So until one day that she decided that two of them with her best friend decided that they're going to do something, and let's try something and let's go on medication. So these were all her baseline anthropometric measurements. So BP, as you can see here, is also high, weight of 101 kilogram. But what I also want to highlight is her albumin. So UACR almost 20 milligram per millimole. Quite heavy proteinuria here, although HbA1c, you may say it's not so bad. Okay, so what do we do with her? We gave her the injectable. So HbA1c started at 7.2 down to 6.7 approximately a year later. Her weight, as you can see, 101 to 92. And urine albumin is the one I want to highlight to you. From 118 urine albumin, 19.8 UACR down to 25 and UACR of 2.9. So this is the kind of patients that you really want to advise that they can benefit the most. Okay, right. So she's a bit naughty though, and when you ask me why the weight is not going down so much, she's a bit naughty because she works in media personnel, so she travels a lot. So whenever she wants to travel to Penang, for example, she wants to eat a little bit more, she stop her medication, which is not good, but that's the reality basically. Okay, so this is again depicting that. So quite significant results here. So in terms of the oral versus subcutaneous, so daily dosing with the oral, some patients find it better because they're afraid of the needle, or they prefer it. It's just that it's a bit leceh because they have to be taken with empty stomach, minimal amount of water, and no meal 1 hour after, almost like the thyroxine tablet. Whereas the subcutaneous is weekly dosing. The side effects are similar. So it's really the preference of the patient. So in summary, obesity is a complex and chronic disease, and I hope I have impressed that on you all of you today, that you can look at obesity differently from now on, to see it not as a lifestyle issue, not as a moral failure, not as an undisciplined person who cannot control their food intake and cannot move as much, but to look at it as a disease that has multiple complications, it has multiple reasons for it. There's a high prevalence of obesity among type 2 diabetes, which in combination increases the cardiovascular risk, and there's an urgent need for us to look at this obesity differently and to address the complications. And semaglutide, as well as the other medications available now, are available to patients out there. Patients just need to seek proper treatment instead of looking at doctor TikTok semua, and hopefully that they get the proper treatment as indicated. And Malaysia should align with local needs for global innovation, which could significantly advance our health outcome and also improve our financial burden in the metabolic spectrum. And with that, thank you very much, Hasno.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Wait.
Thank you, Prof. Rana. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy the insightful presentation during our lunch talk, generously sponsored by Novo Nordisk Pharma Malaysia. Please give a round of applause to Novo Nordisk Pharma. Thank you. On behalf of the organizing committee, the Research Ethics Committee, UiTM REC, and our generous sponsor, again, Novo Nordisk Pharma Malaysia, we extend our deepest gratitude to all the distinguished speakers for their valuable contribution, and to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, our participants, for your involvement in the clinical research colloquium, metabolic health and adverse event. Before you leave, we kindly request all participants to please scan the QR code on your table for feedbacks. And we hope the knowledge shared today will be beneficial for your future endeavors in clinical research. We wish a pleasant day and thank you once again for being a part of Clinical Research Colloquium 2025. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.